Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. It has been a little while. As you guys know, I have had just lots of stuff going on in my personal life. Well, technically my children's personal life. So it's kept me away from being able to actually sit down and do a live. But I am happy to be here with you guys today. I have missed you. But we have some new information that has come about as of yesterday. It seems that the first batch of Delphi exhibits was sent out end of March, and people are receiving them starting yesterday. So I tried to watch, it was Tom Webster's channel, and let me just preface this by saying I know there's people in chat who don't like Tom Webster. I have gotten along with Tom Webster very well. I'm thankful that we are able to actually see these exhibits. He stated that he requested just these 4 items. So just make sure you guys just show kindness in chat, whether you like people or not. As always, like, that's really my only rule, is don't be an asshole. So he did a live last night where he went over, he received 9 screenshots of the Hoosier Harvest Store, but I don't think he actually received the right ones. That's my theory, is that they got scanned in and then they were made black and white for some reason, because we know that there's colored ones that were shown in court and shown to Rick Allen, which if you guys haven't watched these yet, you guys are going to see that. Also, he received 8 of the confessions. I'll be very honest, I listened to those, and those were very hard emotionally to listen to. We're not going to be listening to those today, just an FYI, maybe a different day. And then he had the interrogation video from 10/13. Well, it's an interview. Let's just say it's a police interview with Richard Allen from 10/13/2022, which is the day they end up searching his house, Richard Allen's house. And so that one is the one that's with Steve Mullen and Tony Liggett. I did watch that one on Tom's channel. I was very behind. So I was, number one, I was not watching chat. Unfortunately, there's just too many people in that chat that I cannot get along with at all, regardless of their opinions on the case. I just can't do it. So I was not watching the chat, and I was behind. And so by the time that I finished, I was not able to actually watch the Jerry Holman interview, accidental interrogation of Richard Allen. So you're going to get to watch that. I'm watching that for the first time with you guys today. But like I said, I really just, the bottom line is that I'm thankful that they're out. We do have our own copy coming. We requested more exhibits than just the 4. Well, and even though it's more than 4 exhibits, but you know what I'm saying, just the 4 categories. We've asked for more than that. So hopefully we will be getting ours soon. Now that we know that they are actually pushing them out. Jody, who is in charge of all of the thumb drives and the transcripts that I receive, was on vacation. So she's just arrived back from vacation. So hopefully we'll hear something in regards to, one, she still owes us the rest of the transcripts from the 3-day hearing back in the middle of 2024. We do not have those yet. We do have the request in for the trial transcripts as well, especially now that the appellate attorneys have asked for them. Those are not completed. So that said, there's probably not much happening on the appellate side of Richard Allen's case at the moment because they need those trial transcripts in order to be able to put a lot of things on paper and actually, file what they need to file. I think that kind of covers everything I wanted to cover. So, like I said, I watched it on Tom Webster's. He did a live on it, but he was kind enough to upload the original version straight to his channel, so without his commentary. And like I said, him and I don't necessarily have to agree on everything, but he's been very kind to me. He's contributed to the channel in order for us to get transcripts and vice versa. So I just, like I said, just kindness is better than anything, except for when it comes to Jerry Holman and Steve and Tony. You can say what the fuck you want about them. That's really it. And for the mods, I don't even know what mods are in here right now because I haven't got to say hi to you guys yet. Whatever mods are in here, I'm okay with other people's opinions. I am not okay with trolling, and I'm not okay with assholes. So please time those people out and get rid of them if you need to, because I don't know if I'll be able to on my end as quick as you guys can. Other than that, like I said, your opinion is your opinion. You can think he's guilty. You can think he's innocent. Either way, if you come in and spam the chat with he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's innocent, he's innocent, he's innocent, that's considered trolling, and I don't like that shit. So please just don't do that. And do I know if the Todd Mullis stuff got filed today? I have not seen it, if it has been filed, but it was due today. So hopefully we'll hear something soon. I have a whole nother batch of Todd Mullis FOIA requests coming that she emailed me today to tell me she hasn't forgot me and that she'll be sending it as soon as she can. So that's really, I think I've covered all the opening shit that I need to cover. Now, if you guys are looking to watch them without commentary, like I said, Todd, now you got me talking about Todd Mullis. Tom Webster has them uploaded to his channel, and I will put the link it'll be in the description, but I'll also just drop it for you guys. He has uploaded them straight to the channel with no commentary. And so you can just watch them straight through. Why is that not letting me paste that? That's weird. Here, let me see if it'll do this. Without his commentary or my commentary, because I'm going to be commenting throughout them today as well. I will also upload them to the channel. Like I said, we should be getting more stuff soon. I don't know. She said first come, first serve basis. I don't know when Tom put his in, and I don't know when he put his request in versus when we put our request in. That's all I can say. I do know, if you guys are familiar with Hannah Shakespeare, which if you guys have followed Delphi for a while, you probably are. She is the one who did a documentary back in 2019 that ultimately was never picked up by the network. And she ended up dropping it with another channel called Fig Solves. He had posted it and then did some interviews with Hannah. Hannah Shakespeare is currently working on another documentary, and I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I do know that she has been working on a documentary, in Indiana with a few people that, we're familiar with. And, she had filed as one of the first ones, her media company had filed as one of the first ones to receive exhibits. Now, we do, if you remember, a live we had done, it was one of the last Delphi lives. I don't remember which one it was. Sorry, I thought my memory would be better than that. I think his got shipped, Sabina, on the 27th. I think it was mailed out on the 27th, because there's people who requested way sooner than that. So I would doubt that. I think his got mailed on the 27th. Double check his statement on that, and let me know what you find, because maybe I'm wrong, which is entirely possible. What was I saying? Where was I at? What was I saying? So remember we had gone through, and it was like NBC and Twisted Media, or Twist Media, it was Twisted, I don't know, Twisted, I don't know, it was one of those, had filed with the judge and was denied, and then ultimately was told that they would be able to access the exhibits with the thumb drive only if they were able to produce a list of the exhibit numbers. And then we know that the response to the judge and to Jody with the list of the exhibit numbers came from All Eyes on Delphi, because she was the one who actually had put together and tracked all the exhibits as we could publicly from people who were inside the courtroom. So I think it's quite interesting that, you know, the turn of events on how these ended up getting distributed. But that's just another side note. So you can read into that what you want. Yeah, so I know what you have to think. You have to remember that that this is going to be shared with certain people. So I don't know. He doesn't even. I'm not worried about him. He doesn't really even follow the case. It's not even I'm not going to worry about that. I also know that some channels are going to take it from others. It is what it is. We're going to watch it from Tom Webster's. Make sure you guys go and if you're not sub. If you don't want to sub, don't. Just at least like the videos of the original versions and thank him for posting them for us to be able to use. I mean, it's the right thing to do. Whether we agree or disagree, at least we have the opportunity to review them together with our own opinions, because he chose to do that. Otherwise, there are people who watermark the shit out of it. There are people who, you know, he could have just left up his live last night with the commentary. So I just, you know, I'm thankful. So I just want to say that, that I'm thankful that he posted them so that we could review them this way. So let me say hi to you guys real quick, and then we're going to get started because we have like 3 hours of interviews to go through. Accidental interrogations. Yeah, the Lynch Bob left the chat at the same time last night, so they got something and went somewhere to look at the interrogation. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Well, I mean, if you think about it, they're all getting it. I don't know how else to say that without getting into too much of the drama side of the Delphi case, which is one of the reasons I haven't been live on Delphi, because I hate that part of this. And I've got my own issues with people in the Delphi case, and I try not to make my issues your guys' issues. So the reason we're live today is because there's actually information pertaining to the case that I think is important, instead of the bullshit that some people who can't find another case to cover want to dwell and just fight with people about, and I just am not one of those people. So even though I may do a little bit of a drama live at some point, it depends on how pissed off I get. We'll see. So anyway, hi Indiana girl. Thank you for. Are we ready for read? Ready for read. If you guys are following the Karen Reed case, Sleuthy, Goosey, and I will be streaming the trial every day. So make sure that you guys hang out with us so that we can discuss all things Karen Reed, and we'll have the spreadsheets and the notes from the first trial so we can do some comparisons. So hi Streets. I want your issues. I'm a good wing woman. Maybe I'll just do a live that's like, this is Delphi drama. So like people who don't want to deal with Delphi drama, don't watch this live. Ramblin says, I'm so deep in Karen Reed. So deep. Hi, Angela's objective opinion. Thank you very much. Hi, Thomas. I'm just here mostly to live, laugh, love. Ain't that a fact? Hey, Kyra. Hi, Unindicted. Hi, True Crime Fan. Hey, Mila's mom. I am down to see a little drama from Criminality. Well, all right. We'll see. I have a whole thing for drama for Delphi. Right here, ready to go. Right here, ready to go. I hate it though. It's like they drag me in, even though I'm like kicking and screaming to get the fuck away. They're just like, get in here and get in the drama. We like the drama. Hey, Jamie. Hi, Susie Q. Hi, Joanna. I know I was talking to you, Nola's mama, but I just want to say hi. Let me see. Lacey, what's up? Streets, I think I said hi to you, but I don't know if I did or not. So hello. Grilled cheese. Hey, grilled cheese. I fucking love grilled cheese. Grilled cheese and SpaghettiOs. Yes, interesting the selective decisions made. Yeah, it's tough. And I mean, it's tough to listen to a chat, or not listen, but read a chat that is overpowering with a different opinion than my own, it becomes like I can't do it. My blood pressure would get too high, and I don't want to deal with it, so I just can't do it. What's up, Saul? Hey, Luna. Hi, Brittany with an A. I don't know him. First time I saw him was today. I apologize. Who? Oh, Crime Circus? No, he's fine. I have no issues with him. I'm not gonna use his stuff. Yeah, he's fine. No, you're good. Don't even worry about that at all. I watched him when it came to Idaho mostly, but he doesn't really cover Delphi, so I just don't. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Thomas, you were definitely a troll. Somebody block Thomas immediately. No, don't you dare. Don't block Thomas. He keeps me laughing. Holy shnikes. Holy shnikes. Holy shnikes. It's good to see you. Yeah, don't be an asshole. It's the only rule. Sleuthy Goosey is not okay with all caps. True. Is it interesting that people who use all caps when they say, like, I use all caps because I can't see? But, like, how do you read other people's comments? I just always wondered that. If you're one of those people, can you explain it to me? Break it down. Break it down for me. Connie says, I haven't seen any of it. I was waiting on T. Don't trust those other channels. Interesting. Thank you. I appreciate that, too. Chancey says, didn't follow it. Oh, didn't follow Tom's chat. I see. Okay, got you. He did. He did. He tried to. I did get that. Like I said, I only watched the first interview. I think a lot of us have seen it. I stopped just before Kathy came. I would love to hear your commentary while it's playing, and or Sleuthy. Sleuthy is going to come up whenever she can. I told her that I needed to chat with you guys for a hot minute, and so not to worry about it quite yet, but she's going to come up whenever she can. The Mullen Liggett one is the one I need to hear because based on trial reporting, he said something quite interesting here. Yeah, I think I had to stop after that one because there was so much inconsistent with what we've been told for years, and then also what was testified to at trial, that I was just like appalled. And then to know that there's people who are like just so adamant that he's guilty. So just a little fair warning, and I didn't get to say hi to everybody else, but Law Junkie, Veronica, Richard, Labrant, Marie, Cool Whip. I see you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Travis, Amy Lou. If I didn't get to say hi to you personally, just hello. Thank you for being here. But listening to the phone calls, listening to the first interview with Richard Allen, if you guys know anything about me as I followed this case, I sat on the fence for a very, very long time on whether I thought that he did it or didn't do it. After trial, based on what we are told publicly from trial, because obviously anybody who knows I was not there, but I did follow almost every channel that I could that was there, even ones that I don't agree with, so I could try to, have an opinion for myself to make, like, which do I think that this is the right guy or not the right guy. At the end of the whole thing, I will tell you, like, I did not understand how he was found guilty. This is my opinion. Like I said, you guys are all welcome to yours, and I don't care what your opinion is. I just care that you don't be an asshole. I won't be an asshole to you if you're not an asshole to me. So I at the end of it, I was like, I don't know how this guy was found guilty. There's so much reasonable doubt for me personally that if I was sitting on that jury, 100% it would have been hung. I actually thought it would end up being a hung jury. I really, really did. Because I was like, okay, I can see how they convince some people, but I don't know how you're going to convince all 12. But then, you get a chat like last night and you can see how 12 people are easily swayed because, that's the mind of the masses. For me, absolutely not. Now, at the end of the trial, I was still like, I don't know how anybody could say one way or the other whether this guy is completely factually innocent or if he's really guilty, because so much shit was wrong with the investigation itself. So much shit is lost. So much shit was lied about with law enforcement and this dirty fucking prosecutor. Sorry, I cannot stand that fucking guy. And I gave him if you go back, I gave these people the benefit of the doubt for a very long time. Cannot stand that fucking guy. He's a slime ball. And I was like, I don't know if he actually did it or not, because there's no proof one way or the other about who the fuck did it, because they fucked up so bad. Now, let me just tell you, after listening to the phone calls And after listening to him with only the one interview I've listened to so far, like I said, because I haven't listened to the second one yet, I am so on the like fuck offense at this point. That guy didn't fucking do it. Like, I did not think that before. I was not like, this guy is absolutely factually innocent. But so far, what I have heard has pushed me into, I don't think this fucking guy had anything to do with it. I literally don't think he had anything to do with it. Like, I'm on that point now. There's no more fencing for me. So unless something pops off crazy to me in the Jerry Holman, accidental interrogation, or something comes out in the other exhibits that we get from trial, I am like, you can, if you listen to the phone calls, like I said, we're not going to listen to them today. We may eventually, but if you listen to the phone calls, the person who is confessing is not the same person that was arrested. Now, I get people are going to be like, that's because he's guilty and he finally just realized he just needs to say he's guilty. I'm telling you, the emotional being of Richard Allen is so matter of fact, non-emotional, doesn't even realize what the fuck is happening around him. By the end of those calls, it's not the same person. And to tell me like, oh my gosh, look, he confessed and doesn't even show any emotion. Well, no fucking shit. So you have a guy who is absolutely emotional, specifically when it comes to his wife. His wife is telling him and bawling her eyes out, and he's just like, sorry, honey. No, I don't know what else to tell you. It's just that's what it is. Maybe I just didn't call you. Like, give me a fucking break. You don't think, looking at the timeline of what we know, and we're going to go through some of it, but looking at the timeline of what we know, when he was being drugged, he's fucking banging his head on the wall, and then you get little Walla Walla Bang Bang over here who comes to visit him every fucking day. Like, what? Why are you visiting him every day? Somebody find me a log on this bitch's, inmates that she was taking care of, and tell me how many of them she visited every fucking day. This woman is a psychopath. She is a legit psychopath. She has inserted herself into a murder investigation on more than one occasion, and she is driving a narrative, not only driving a narrative to the actual defendant, but taking that narrative and selling it to fucking YouTubers. Prove me wrong. Because she is. That's exactly where this bullshit white van stuff comes from. It's like, ooh, you guys think that? Let me take that back over here, and I'm going to tell him this, and then I'm going to tell you guys this shit. She's a fucking psychopath. That's all I have to say about her, because she literally makes me physically ill. So, anyway, like I said, we're not going to listen to the phone calls, but this stuff is pushing me to the point where I'm like, this dude has nothing to fucking do with anything, and I absolutely think he's been railroaded. That's where I'm at now, and so fuck offense. That's kind of my new motto. I literally have no more fences in the Delphi case, unless somebody brings me a new one eventually. I just don't have one. I think they really royally and purposefully chose Richard Allen. They found this tip by, Shanky Spanky, and decided this is the guy. And if you listen to testimony or people relaying the testimony, that's essentially what they say, is we saw the tip and we were like, we've got our guy. He saw 3 girls. All right. So, and Dan Doolin, that's a whole nother thing. We'll talk about Dan Doolin when we get to his stuff in the first interview, because Dan Doolin is a fucking liar too. And they actually admit that he's a liar, but they try to play it down like, oh yeah, he wrote that himself, but it was just a mistake. And so it's no big deal. And we corrected it. So it's not a big deal. That means that every fucking thing on Dan Doolin's paperwork is a mistake. Just think about that. We don't get to pick and choose. That guy is a fucking idiot and should not have any type of badge and shouldn't be able to look up anybody's fucking fishing license. That's what I have to say about that. So, welcome everybody who's popped in that I didn't get to say hello to. Thank you guys for being here. And we are going to start with the one that I've already watched. So, You won't get my raw reaction to it, but I will still react for you, of course, because that's how it is. So we're starting with we need you to take more breaks for calm reflection and analysis. True. Sorry, and I didn't even get to see your guys' comments on anything I just said. So people are like, she's fucking lost her mind over here. All right, let's share this stuff. So like I said, you guys have probably already watched it. I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say. If you haven't seen this or heard this yet, then please make sure you tell me your raw reaction, because I am curious to hear it. And I want your actual opinions on whether you think this helped him, hurt him, whatever. We don't need a parroting club. We just need no assholes. Did you guys really? You guys are so cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're gonna get to do one all together then. So, but like I said, I'll put this in chat again. This is the original versions that he uploaded to his channel. So like I said, even if you don't, we have to appreciate creators that are willing to share when they do get stuff. And so please just at least give it a like, whether you want to sub to the channel or not. It's the right thing to do. Thank you, Lauren. All right. Just Deb, you waited too. Every time someone is guilty, you guys say they're innocent. Why? Really? Tell me. Who? Elizabeth. Why every time someone is guilty, you guys say they are innocent? Why? Who? Elizabeth. I'd love to hear who I say is innocent, that is guilty. Because you came into the Delphi case, you just heard what I had to say about the Delphi case. So I'd love to hear that. Who else? Who else? Who else is guilty that I say is innocent? Todd Mullis. That's another one. Found guilty in a court of law. I say he's innocent. Who else? Who else? Trying to think. It's tough. Adam Montgomery was found guilty, and he's guilty as fuck. Yes, he is. What case did we just watch? Zach Hughes, motherfucker, is guilty. Guilty. Megan Boswell, we just watched her trial. Fucking bitch is guilty. Throw her away. Who else? Who else? Who else is there? No, Lacey, I haven't heard from him yet. We haven't heard anything. Let me see. Who else? Who else did we just watch? Ooh, Stearns. He's not even found guilty yet, but I think that guy is guilty as fuck. He's the one that I usually use as my, like, I get why people are, I fucking hate that guy. And if I was in a room with him, I'd cut his penis off. Yeah. So I get that one. Who else? Oh, Casey Anthony. Found not guilty. Obviously guilty. True. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of who else I think has been found guilty that's actually innocent. Watts fucking guilty. That piece of shit. He's absolutely guilty. I just think there's more players, not necessarily in the murders, but in the planning. That's my own opinion. I don't know. I mean, you're dropping bombs in here. At least come back and tell me what the hell you're talking about. I do. Where's Luke? I need a Snickers. All right. This room is depressing as fuck. So, but what I will say is this is an interesting setup. Because there's a door here that they end up coming in, and O'Brien Walsh, fucking guilty. Absolutely. Right. I do. Boy, I have a Dr. Pepper. I probably need that. So, but there's two doors. So this is something that we've talked about. See, Koberger, I think he's guilty. Other people in chat are not sold yet. I have an issue with the state in the Koberger case. And even though I haven't been on, I have been going through a lot of documents, but that's, neither here nor there. But I do think they have the right guy, but I'm worried that the state is going to fuck up their case. But that is a whole separate. Letitia Stout, fucking bitch, that crazy ass cunt, she can go. Sorry, I don't even use that word. Okay, so this room, important setup. There's a door and there's a door. So one of the things that you're always taught to is that, like, they're telling him he can leave, but if they're sitting between, like if this was the only door and he's over here and they sit over here, he obviously can't leave without having to get by them, right? So, but this room, he actually has the ability to walk out. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was like, fucking Rick, get up. Just get up and fucking leave. Get up and leave. Just get up and leave. I missed you guys. So, you know, this happens when I haven't seen you guys for a while. All right. Sound. We know you can hear it. Thank you, Mother Direct.
See you later, Richard. Thank you. I don't know if I gave you one of my friends. There it is. I did.
Thank you, Carrie. Damn, 12 months, Carrie? That's fucking crazy. It's been 12 months? Hot diggity, damn. And he doesn't sound anything like BG to me. But, you know, all the super guilty people are like, oh my God, he sounds just like BG. And I'm like, he doesn't fucking sound anything like him. But we're going to still go back to, there's not enough in the BG audio to compare it to fucking anyone. That's my whole point. Hi, Sleuthy.
Hi, Teresa.
Long time no talk.
I know. I took responsibility for you being late.
Yeah. Oh, you did? That's okay. You didn't know.
What?
Oh, Indiana Girl says, I've been in an interrogation room in Delphi. That doesn't look like it. That is not at the Carroll County Jail. No, this one is... No, the other one's at Lafayette. Where was this one? Where was this one? All the guys in the area.
This is in Delphi.
It is in Delphi?
Yeah, the second one is at
Lafayette? Or
yes.
Okay.
ISP, whatever.
Okay. Please rewind to where they're both still standing. Okay.
See you later, Richard.
I think I know where you're going with this. These two? They're the same body. He's tiny. He's super tiny. He's just a little fella. He's an itty bitty guy. He's tiny. Yep. And not one witness said, oh my gosh, the dude that we walked by was so short, like we made fun of him later. That is not BG. I just don't think it is.
I would have made fun of him for as short as he is.
I would have. I'd be like, dude, did you see how tiny that guy was? People, I guess, because the girls were taller, they probably would have really, I guess he would probably been the same height as me, but I probably still would have said something, especially at that age. Okay, here we go. I don't want to talk too much.
I don't know if I gave you one of my friends. There it is. I think you did. I probably set it down. So the reason we wanted to talk to you is about...
Now this one, they read him as Miranda rights.
The liability case. Okay. And appreciate your time in doing that. And as a formality, before we talk to anybody about these things, I want to make sure you understand you're not under arrest or anything like that, okay? And the door here is open. You can leave at any time you want. I'd be glad to give you a ride back or whatever. So, but we need to make sure that we go cover a formality here. And I'm going to get to the page here where it's at. This is a Miranda warning. So before we ask any questions, you understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. Have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask any questions and have with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we'll be appointed for you for any question if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering anytime. You also have the right to stop answering anytime you talk to a lawyer. Now, like I said, you're not under arrest. So just want to make sure you understand those rights. Down here at the bottom it says, I read this statement of our rights and understand our rights. I do not hold a lawyer at this time, and I understand what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me. No pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. If you'd be willing to talk with us, or just if you understand your rights, we just need your signature that we cover that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is a formality we take care of whenever we talk to anyone.
We're just going back to the beginning of the case, and we know you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. We just want to figure out what you saw when you were out there before.
Okay, so just for clarity purposes, yeah, this is the one with Liggett, Baldy, and then second Baldy over here, Mullen. But they're reading him his Miranda rights. They're literally having him sign the fact that he is going to be talking to he's going to be talking to them without an attorney, and that he's okay with that. So that doesn't mean that he can't get an attorney when he wants to. But, they're telling him, we're just here to see, talk to you about, like what you saw, and, super casual, just simple conversation starting off, which it is. It's very redundant and boring at the beginning.
I think they were just mad because he's the only one in the room with a hairline.
He actually has a really good hairline too.
He really does. Look at Liggett
It's interesting.
staring there with his pot belly hanging out. He's like, man, I haven't had hair like that in I don't know how long. A couple decades.
I'm so jealous of your hair, especially when they start talking about like what age he is, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm the same, but you have more hair than me." Oh shit, this is gonna be bad. Maybe, I don't know. We might not be able to get through two of them in one night. I don't know.
I'm trying. I was like, don't say it, Nicole. Just.
No, we're gonna say it. It's what we're gonna do. It may end up being a two-parter. We'll see. I don't know. Okay. We may not get to Holman. This is a problem for us.
No, because you haven't watched that one yet. It's super important. So.
Well, that doesn't mean we can't watch it together tomorrow.
True, but
we don't have Karen Reed till next week.
I know. I fell asleep. If you couldn't tell, like last night when we were all watching this, as soon as my head hit the pillow, I fell asleep. So, and then I woke up this morning. I was the only one to stream me hard, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I don't even know when I fell asleep.
I figured you fell asleep.
Yeah, so I didn't see a bunch of this either.
Don't tease me if you won't be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Well, I mean, shit happens. Sometimes I screw things up, but. Okay.
Go ahead.
Great, wonderful. Okay. Now, Tony brought up something that you had done when initially you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. And according to Lieutenant Doolin, the information he got to you from you was that you were on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Does it make any sense? Okay, and that you had parked at the old Farm Bureau building. I think that would have been the old.
So he literally says that Doolin said that you were there from 1:30 to 3:30. Makes sense. And then as the man's like thinking about whether that makes sense or not, he continues on with whatever it says and doesn't allow him to answer.
Correct.
So that's annoying.
Well, unfortunately, that's police work. So, I mean, I can see that these guys are going to be like, we didn't do anything wrong. We did what we're supposed to do. But so what happens here is they tell him like 6 different things, and they get like all encompass with those 6 things, they get him to agree. Even though if they had said each thing individually, you can already tell by the look on his face. There is one that is zoomed in. Would you guys rather watch the one that is zoomed in? I was trying to go with the original version, but Tom does have one where he zoomed in. I was just not wanting to show an edited one if you guys didn't want to see that. I know a couple people are asking. I cannot zoom in on StreamYard. If you're on your phone, you can. Or I can switch it to the one where he did the zoom in, as long as you know it's edited.
But is it? Well, no. I mean, I want the original. I wish that you could zoom in.
I can't. I don't have. That's not the software I use. I mean, well, technically I can. I'd have to stay on mute because people
want the original, so
unedited. So that's kind of what I was going with. Was like, I didn't want to play with it. If I didn't, like, I wanted you guys to see it unedited. Like I just
My
didn't
issue
want
is if we go to the edited one just for purposes of it being zoomed in, I don't know what else was done. Like I would just rather stay zoomed out and oh yeah, you people can zoom in on your own. Yeah, they can zoom in on the moon on
not
their
on
own.
their not on their computer, but they can on their phone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's telling me, he's like, so you said you're there from 1 to 3:30, and Richard Allen's like looking around like, wait, what? Like that doesn't sound right. But they keep going. They keep going. Hi, Dom. Good to see you, honey. They keep going, and so like I said, they get him to say yes. And like, yeah, I agree with this, but it's like 6 different statements. It's all fucking bullshit. Absolutely.
Because here's the thing. Now that he said, like, does that sound right or whatever? And like he's sitting here trying to figure out if that sounds right. Like he's likely not even listening to the other things he's rambling on about now. Because he's trying to think about the 1:30 to 3:30. You know what I mean?
Right.
So.
And he's like, that doesn't sound right. So, but here, that's why I said we may only get through one, but it's fine, whatever.
Well, it's you at 1:30 and got you. And
can you guys hear it okay? That's the other thing is like when I get the copy, I want to change. I want to change the background of the audio, even though I'm telling you guys I want the original. I want to change the background and get rid of some of this background noise. So the crime happened on February 13th, 2017. This interview is October 13th, 2022, 5.5 years later. Dom, no, I did not, but I will check it.
And yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay.
According to Lieutenant Doolin, the information he got to you was that you were on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Does it make any sense? Okay. And that you had parked at the old Farm Bureau building. I think that may have been the old welfare office out there. Well, and while at the Freedom Bridge, you saw 3 females and noted that one was taller and had black or brown long hair. This is basically what he had written down. Okay. And maybe even got some information about your phone or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So now you understand everything. So I want to make sure that we just kind of get some information from you and we get started here off the bat with today's date, which is Thursday. And today is 10/13 of 22. What time do you have, Tony?
It's 11:45.
11, 40, 10:45. And your full name is?
Richard
H-A-R-D.
Matthew Allen.
That's A-L-L-E-N.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how old are you now?
50 years old.
Okay. Your date of birth?
99/72.
Okay, great. Could I ask you to write down the social number where the X is at right there?
I'm in the 50-year-old club this year.
Yeah, I'm beyond that, actually. So.
Just no.
Sorry. Hard to believe. And do you know your driver's license number off the top of your head?
No.
Don't worry about it. The home address, I didn't get it when I was out there. What is it?
1967.
67.
White Man Drive.
Okay. And the phone number we contacted at?
317-612-4533.
Would you have the water? I got one right here, Tony. Oh, okay, sure. I'll be right back.
Okay, so this is the infamous water bottle that shows up on the evidence log of what they take. This is the water bottle they give him. He ends up leaving it there, and they use it for his DNA before they arrest him. Which, as everybody who's followed the case now knows, that none of his DNA is found at the crime scene.
Despite there being a bunch of male DNA that's unknown.
Correct. And female DNA that's unknown.
Yeah, hairs and everything else. So.
Yeah, all kinds of DNA.
None of it's Rick's.
So this is the infamous water bottle that everybody's like, where did Steve Mullen get this water bottle? This is it. So Liggett's going to leave to make sure he can get him a water bottle, and it's the DNA catcher. So something I noticed, and I just want you guys to pay attention to too, is like a couple people in chat are like, he's sitting here, he's totally fine. He doesn't seem nervous to me at all. He's like, all right, you guys are going back to the beginning. You want to figure out what I saw, what I didn't. You know, I called you guys, no big deal. It is what it is. He has no issues talking to them whatsoever. But one thing I noticed is if you've ever been around a person who's super nervous, they get like a little cottonmouthy and they want to drink a lot. They start fidgeting a lot and they're doing stuff. They want to have, something that they're, trying to quench their thirst. He barely finishes this water in throughout the remainder of the entire interview. It's like an hour and 28 minutes. It takes him like an hour to finish this water bottle.
And
they didn't.
Do you have any of their cell phone numbers that you can be contacted by?
I got my wife's number,
Okay, what's her phone number?
317.
Wait, no, they didn't what? What did they say? No, they didn't.
He said they got it from the house. I said, no, they got it from here because the other documents say they take the water bottle from his interview.
Okay, because I saw somebody say, I'm trying to put the clothes away, but I saw somebody say that they had a warrant for his DNA in the second interview, and they did. So I thought you were saying no, they didn't. I was just saying yes.
No. Yeah, no, you're right about that. No, here, this is the water bottle that they talk about, and I'd have to go back and find the document that they refer to it, but it's the one that Mullen gets when he interviews him at the police station, and they log it from the inventory from the 13th.
Gotcha.
$4753.
Okay.
Never dial numbers anymore.
You don't? I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. And how long have you had that phone number that's your 317 number?
I believe I got it when I worked at Indy, so it would have been prior to...
Hey, Stephen Curry, the jury should have seen that RA is innocent. It's obvious to me too, but that's, beside the point. That's why I said the more I watch this kind of stuff, the more I'm leaning to this guy has nothing to do with that. Andy Kopsa pointed out a bunch of stuff that they showed here that they should have been redacted. Well, in fairness, his phone number and his information isn't going to be redacted because he's the perpetrator in this situation according to the state. So he loses all his rights to privacy. And then second,
world Kathy's,
Kathy's is all changed.
Yeah, but
so they're not going to redact it. So my question was, how many people have tweeted about the damage that releasing this kind of stuff has done to Janice or Kathy? Has anybody tweeted about that? Susan Hendricks? Anybody?
Oh.
Anybody?
No, though I did see the prosecutor's podcast. Because now you can't respond to their tweets at all, like unless they mention you, and they don't ever mention anyone. Or maybe it says people follow. Oh, I'm blocked by them, so maybe that's why I can't respond. But they basically took a clip of one of the phone calls, and it was the one where, like, he says, "I did it," and then he goes on to say, "Evidently, I did." And I think I did. They're saying I did, but it was clipped right before he said, "Evidently, I did." And they were like, if anybody thinks that this man is not guilty of murder now, blah, 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 blah. And I just thought,
are you kidding me?
No, I'm dead ass serious.
I don't know how the mind works when it comes to this kind of stuff, like how people see things they see the way they do, including myself. Like, I don't understand like how I can see like this. It's so clear to me, like my version, you know what I mean? And then other people, it's like so clear to them that he's absolutely the guy and he completely did it. What is that?
I've noticed that so when I watch these things and when I'm like looking into information, I am typically more suspicious. Like I'm usually more inclined to be like, I don't believe that person. Or their answer was weird. That was a weird thing to say. Or why are they doing that? Like, that's usually what I do. And then like I go in the comments and like, like everybody will be like, oh, what they did to this person was terrible because they ended up not doing it. That person looks suspicious as fuck to me.
That's it.
How come I can't like mod from up here? That's really annoying.
You can't mod from StreamYard. Oh, you deleted yourself from X. RA lovers.
Yeah, please fuck.
Yeah. If loving RA means loving your constitutional rights as an American, then call me that all you want to, because that's what I care about. So it is what it is. I don't really give a shit.
No, like I am a cop lover. These
My dad was a cop.
Yeah, I mean it's just whatever. I feel like we repeat the same stories like over and over again. Like I shouldn't have to defend my opinion on this by saying that my uncle was a cop.
Yeah.
In a city, like in a very dangerous city, like probably one of the most dangerous cities in the US. So like it's like I'm not gonna defend my position in that way, but like cops can be bad people. Like people are people do have professions that are they're just people.
Right. Yeah, which makes some people good and some people bad. Well, so like I said, my dad was a cop, and I've told you guys the story. My dad was forced to testify against another cop.
Oh yeah.
So good cop, bad cop. That's not, that's the scope of it. I'm sorry. I think these cops are pieces of shit.
It's like, if come to me with something other than that he's just guilty, or that the girls saw him and he saw the girls, or that he said he was there, or that he was wearing the same clothes. Like it's the same things over and over again, and they're patently untrue, but nobody cares to like find the information that says it's not true. And
Right.
even in these interviews, like we watch these interviews and now it's clear that they're not true. And we just like make up another excuse. Like,
oh, well, it doesn't matter to people.
Well, then fuck off. Fuck all the way off then. Like, why are you still watching this stuff? Right? If you're so confident that he did, like, why are you still watching? Why are you commenting? Why are you non-stop trolling people? Just go away. Follow something else. Like your life must be really, really sad. Like I feel bad for you, for real.
Well, I feel bad because now you're never going to be able to come back to the channel. But Mama Bear, I want to address this because I actually wondered the same thing. They ask him, like, is there a number we can get a hold of you at? And he gives him his wife's number, not his own number. I thought that was interesting too. I tried to talk my
both. He asked him what his cell phone number was, and then he says, do you have any other number? And he said, my wife's number, and then gave the wife's number. So you may have to rewind to show that, but he does give both.
Okay.
Yeah, any other cell numbers to reach him, and he gave his wife's number. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys for clarifying. There you go. Mama Bear, I had the same question, so now we know.
Prior to 2006. Okay. Because it's an ending number.
Okay. Okay. So, let's see. And can I ask what kind of phone do you have?
It's an Android, a Dual.
It's a Google.
Okay. Yeah. What's your email address? RICK2045 @frontier.com. Do you have any other email addresses? I can find a couple myself, so I asked.
Yeah, I've got. I don't use it very
Yes,
often.
I have about 5,000. How much time do you have to write them all?
I'll just send you a list. This email address that he's about to say is the infamous email address that when the the Brandon Woodhouse leak of the index, this email address was on there, and this is where a lot of the people who were of the opinion that Richard Allen was involved with Keegan Kline and the CSAM said this is what he used. This is what he used for the CSAM account. So here he is.
Yeah, because that's what those people told everybody, was that correct. They knew that and the Google warrant that like showed all the things. Like, oh my fucking God.
Right. So here's the thing. 6 minutes into this interview, he's giving up his email address that is attached to all of the CSAM. Think about that. I think that's just so stupid. But is anybody going to retract how much shit they got wrong?
No,
No.
never. The state just didn't use it for whatever reason. All this damning evidence that they've been telling everybody existed. Whatever. Move on. Carry on. Go.
It's Foojaka, Foojacka 0
And he didn't even know the email address. He had to look on his phone to get it.
Yahoo at some point too, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, great. How about social media, do you do applications? Do you use like Facebook at all? Do you have a Facebook account?
Well, my wife does. I don't.
Oh, wait. All the people said that Richard Allen had a Facebook account and that they'd found it. And that he deleted it.
I even remember people posting like screenshots of Richard Allen's birthday or the anniversary of you adding Richard Allen on Facebook.
Correct.
Not true. Fucking weirdos.
Doesn't have one.
Sounds so familiar. Okay. And does she post often? Things like
She's,
on there all the time?
yeah, she does.
Okay, all right. So what is your marital status?
Married.
Married, okay. And have you been married before?
No.
Okay. Number of children, you were talking about your kids, your daughter. What's your name again?
Rick. Oh, my daughter. Rick Jr.
Okay, can I just say that this was like really like a cute. So remember when Baldwin was telling that story about like the tacos or whatever? Like, oh, and then I think it was Andrea that was saying about when they were at trial and they were like laughing or whatever, and Rick was like patting, or maybe it was Bob, like patting Andy's back. He was like choking or whatever. And it was like a really, like, this felt like that kind of moment for me. Like, that was a really sweet, like.
He's just in here chit-chatting.
He's a normal ass person.
He's just like, oh, my daughter, yeah, Rick, Rick Jr., ha, ha. You know, and at the beginning, they're like, you're free to leave. He's like, all right, let's go. And he's like, ha, 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 and he sits back down. He's not nervous to be in here. He just thinks they're talking about whatever the hell he saw because he knows this case is unsolved still.
Yeah, it's sad.
Susie Q, I really fucking hope they do. I really, really hope they do. Yeah, that's hip hop. Also, Richard Allen knew from the start it was over for him, but at least in the start he had his mind right. I don't think he did. I think right now he thinks they're just going back to the beginning. I think he believes them. He doesn't want to question their integrity. He wants to figure out exactly like, okay, what do you guys need from me? What do I have? What can I give you? This is my advice to anybody who ever listens to my channel. If you walk away learning anything, don't talk to cops without an attorney. I don't give a shit if you think you're innocent or you think you're guilty. Don't talk to cops without an attorney. Ever. Just don't do it. Even if you think you're being helpful as a fucking witness, get an attorney. It's fucking free. Get an attorney. I'd like to have some legal advice before I speak with you. Don't let anybody search your shit without a fucking warrant. Ever. Whether you think you have something to hide or not, don't let people search your shit without a warrant. Don't be helpful because you think it's going to make you look innocent. It never does. I guess I have 3. If you are a defendant, don't testify. There's my 3rd.
Oh, I got a 4th.
Go ahead.
If police knock at your door and they want to talk to you, talk to them through the door or through the ring or tell them to call you. Do not open your door to talk to them.
Yep, there you go. They can and will use your words against you. Absolutely. So, innocent, guilty.
Well, that was, if you've ever needed an example of that, these interviews are the prime example of how they can and will use all of your words against you and twist everything you say for court.
Yep. He will sit here and tell them, but at the end of this, you're taking what I said and twisting it. And we know firsthand now from the time of this interview to what they actually testify to, they are lying about
Yeah.
what he said.
Holman outright lied about, oh, well, you haven't seen it yet, but his words are not like all that they lied about. They lied about details of things and things that are suspicious to them at their interview and actions that were done and shit. It's all lies.
It's true. And Dunlora says, do not go pick up your impounded stuff. Send someone else to get it. And if you do go, don't wear sweatpants.
Well, I won't spoil it for you. But we'll see when we watch that one.
Okay.
TTANY.
Okay. And how old is Brittany now? You said you did the math earlier.
28,
28. Okay. She was born when? You said
1994.
Polygraph.
94. Okay. And what's her last name now?
Zapanta.
How did they know she was married?
Yes, I was just about to say that. He said, "What's her last name now?" He already somehow knew that Rick's daughter was married.
Yeah. And he didn't pick up on that, though. Like, wait
So,
a minute. I never told you she was
exactly.
married.
Because he's not suspicious of them. But see, so what that means is prior to this right here, they done investigated the fuck out of him. They knew everything about him prior to him coming in here. Which you should know. Like if you're called in for an interview, they know everything about you. Like you're the one. Like they're looking at you.
Yep.
But yeah, he said, "What's your daughter's
What's her last name now?
now?" Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jenny.
It's CAPANTA.
Okay. And any grandkids?
No.
Oh, okay. And what's her husband's name? Is he from around here?
He's originally from the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
But lived in Canada, and he's been here shortly before they got married, so around 16, maybe 15, 16,
Okay.
I don't know. They got married at 17.
What's his name?
Paulo, P-A-U-L-O.
Okay. P-A-U-L-L? Oh, I thought middle one.
P-A-U-L-O.
No, not Paul,
Yeah.
you stupid
Okay.
fucker.
All right. So, but he lived here for a while. So I never assumed that Panthers would be around here.
No, not around here.
Around here?
No.
Maybe somebody else?
She was already up in Napanee when she met him.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Graduated.
This is like where people are like, well, if he's innocent, he'd be like, why are you asking me all this shit?
Sure. Okay.
High school where at?
North Miami.
What year?
91.
Okay. And any other vocational training, college classes?
Went to Ivy Tech, like a couple semesters.
What'd you study there?
Accounting.
Oh, so he might be into things like stocks, maybe?
Vocational training?
Huh, interesting, right? Went for accounting. Hey, Anja.
Or,
Okay. Well, I was in the military, but
oh, okay, that's a question coming up here.
Oh,
Were you
for 2 weeks, according to the pro-guilters. You were only in the military for 2 weeks. Idiots.
involved in any fraternal organizations, clubs, or athletics, or anything like that in school?
I did some track here and there. I did football for like a year, but nothing serious.
Okay. Any clubs or National Honor Society or something like that?
Oh, no.
Sorry. Military service, so what range?
National Guard, Army National Guard.
They're gathering information on him to be used later. It has nothing to do with Abby and Libby. That's what they're doing.
Right. Well, they're gathering info to see how he's going to react to questions. How, what kind of degree does he have? What's his military background?
All that's going to come back to bite him. Like they're going to use all of that information, but they're also making him comfortable because they're just talking about regular shit.
Right. This is just a chill conversation. We're just trying to get your information, about you so that we can, figure out what happened that day. And here's the thing is this guy doesn't have a ton of interaction with law enforcement in his past.
He never had, despite the people telling you he's been arrested and he's violent and he domestic violence, and he reported a tip.
Yeah.
That's the extent.
The only tip about Richard Allen is from Richard Allen.
Fucking lunatics, man.
And what highest rank achieved?
E5 sergeant.
Yeah, he was a sergeant after 2 weeks in the military? Hot damn.
Oh, he must have blew somebody or something.
He must have been.
Or killed someone or beat them up and then took their identity.
Probably. He must have. For anybody who doesn't know, Richard Allen was in the military for years. There was a huge argument between some of us about the length of time he was actually in the military, and called me a liar for showing that he was actually in the military for longer than 2 weeks.
Yeah, they wanted him to have been kicked out for being a nut job. That's what they wanted.
Yeah. He didn't even last in the military.
Mostly around here? Or
No, it was in, I was born not born, but I lived in Mexico most of my life.
Mexico, like in
Indiana.
Indiana, like in Mexico.
Yeah,
Okay.
you always get that. Yeah, Mexico, Philly, Denver. Yeah.
Okay, all
It was
right.
Mexico.
Yeah, okay.
But it was Peru was where I was in the National Guard at, sorry.
All right. Go to church anywhere?
No,
Have you ever?
on occasion, nothing.
Okay. Where'd you usually go to? Any place around here?
I don't even know. No, not around here.
Okay. All right. Parents go to church, or did they take you to church on your end?
No, my grandparents went to church. My parents didn't.
Oh, I see. Okay. Any criminal history? Have you been arrested for anything?
What are your domestic violence charges, Richard
Any
Allen?
medical problems, heart
Yes.
blood pressure, psychological disorders?
Oh, yeah. Everything.
Okay.
I've had a heart attack. I've got a couple stents.
Oh, a heart attack.
And,
And a couple
How long,
fits.
how long ago was your heart attack?
It's 2010.
Okay.
Or 40.
Had a heart attack. Had heart surgery. Put a couple stents in. Still overweight. But yet, they think that he can do all of this on his own. It's so fucking crazy as shit to me.
37. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm. And anything else?
Depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, cholesterol.
All right. And you're working at CVS. So you said you've been there how many years?
Liggett is literally a worthless fuck.
Well,
I want to paint like a face on the back here because he's got a smiley face here. Like I want, look, you can see his like a little nose. There's a couple eyes and like a little nose, and then his little face with a beard.
I feel like he's so fat that like his hairline actually is like where it's supposed to be, but he just has like a neck under his neck, and it bulges out so much that it pushes his hairline like all the way up to his ear. You know what I mean? But he's a worthless fuck. Has he said anything yet?
Do you want a water? Oh, you already have one.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll give him credit for that. I mean, how many? Okay, so 13. Okay, so all he's doing is staring. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, Mister, I'm so intimidating. I'm so intimidating.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's written anything down. He's just,
Yep.
sitting there with his gut out. He's relaxing. He looks like he just ate a fucking Thanksgiving dinner and unbuckled his belt, and he's just like leaning back on the couch because he's so uncomfortable because his belly's so full. You would not know that he's in an interrogation right now.
Oh, this is fantastic, Adrian said. Hi, friends. Hey, Sally. Every time that he does anything, I just see the face on the back of his head. So it makes it bearable.
Not the one here, but with CBS since 2013.
Okay. So you worked at another CVS somewhere? Was it?
Yeah, I worked in training in Marion, I worked in Peru, and then I came to Delphi. I'm thinking 16, 17, 16. I've been there a while now.
But you said you lived at your house out there since 2000. So you would drive back and forth to those CVS?
Yeah, I was leading Walmart. Like I said, I spent 10 years with Walmart. I was actually a store manager at one point with Walmart. Chose to leave the company and do something different, and interviewed with CVS, and Peru was the district manager that I interviewed with. Peru was the furthest western store that he had, or closest to me.
Mhm.
So that's where I was going to be working, and it just didn't work out the way that I thought it was long term. I mean, I was there several years, but I wanted to, they had a training position, a managerial training position. I told them I didn't want to do that anymore.
Mhm.
Long story short, and put in the transfer back, and like I said, I'm 16, I'm going to say around 16, 17, somewhere.
That chair is just about to just
Well,
spontaneously combust.
Management is kind of hard sometimes, I understand. Was there a particular reason why you didn't stay in management, or?
Tired of it, the bureaucracy, just not really being about taking care of the customer. It's more about hitting this number on this spreadsheet and that number on that spreadsheet, and then you're getting a call every 15 minutes if you didn't hit this number on this spreadsheet. And none of them really help you take better care of the customer. I mean, you spend your time managing scorecards, and I just had enough of it.
Sure.
I was just tired of it.
Sure. Okay.
As a previous manager for Walmart, I can totally attest to this. Not that it's not about the customer, but man, it is. We had a district, just a little side story. We had a district manager who came in one time and had all the managers in the office, and he was so pissed that we weren't hitting this certain metric that we were supposed to hit. He was so mad that he was like, "You guys just want to fuck me in the ass?" And he slams his hands down on the desk and he stuck his ass out at us. He's like, "Just fuck me in the ass already!" All over us not hitting a metric. We were like, this is fucking awkward. And so let me think. I left Walmart. Like Rick and I would have actually probably been managers at Walmart at the same time.
Oh, it's a conspiracy.
And probably very close to each other too, because I worked for Walmart in Illinois.
Oh dear.
And
Here we go.
You guys remember? Yeah, that's just gonna here it all comes out now, guys. Let me just tell you. So the picture of Rick laying on the shelf where he's got his Walmart badge on, somebody did come out and try to say that photo of him was actually taken at my Walmart, the Walmart that I was the manager at.
So he actually did work away from. He didn't work in Indiana. He did at one point work in Illinois.
Right. That's why I said not very far from where I was.
Yeah.
And probably very close to the same time frame. T and RA sitting. I know. No wonder you like RA so much.
Mm-hmm. That's where we're headed.
I left management for the same reason. It's the politics. Well, mine isn't. It was literally because you could be doing a great job, have a great boss, and then something switches around and they do a little shifty shift in the management, and all of a sudden you're working for a fucking prick that now thinks that you suck at life. And it's like you go from being like a star to being the shit on the bottom of somebody's shoe, like super quick. And I don't know what it is about retail, but it's very cliquey, it's very political, and I fucking hate it. And hence now you guys have me.
Everything's false, Susie Q. Everything has been false.
Well, I will tell you this. The one thing I can tell you since we worked there around the same time, I can tell you that being a woman in that retail space at that time was actually very positive, because there was so many lawsuits against companies, Walmart being one of them, that was so about harassment and things like that, or a lack of pay. So at this point, when I left in 2004, and I'd been there for 5 years about, they were like huge on making sure that women didn't feel bad. I don't know if that we felt like empowered. At one point, like the store manager, the co-manager, and 2 of the 5 assistant managers were all female. Like they were really trying to focus on this whole female thing. Like they wanted to make sure that we were all getting compensated in pay. There was no harassment. So the whole harassment thing to me is never really washed, because he ended up transferring through so there was a girl who came forward and stated that she was being harassed by him. So they ended up transferring him. Well, they didn't transfer him. They promoted him.
And also he left that job for reasons that are unrelated to that entirely. So I think that entire thing was a lie.
Right. Well, I think it's all a lie, because the whole point is that they would not have promoted somebody who had actual sexual harassment allegations against them. It was just not something. We didn't work in the same place. We didn't have the same boss. So I can't tell you that politically something wasn't happening, but it doesn't sit well with me because of how much the company was really focused on making sure that they didn't have any more fucking lawsuits. Like if you look up Walmart lawsuits by women in the early 2000s, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like it was an immense thing that was happening at the time, and they were just really overcompensating for that. I do not see them not only just transferring him, but promoting him. It just wasn't something that I could see in the company at that time. And even though I've got some bad stories about Walmart, that's not one of them. I just don't see it happening. So no, I don't believe that there was harassment and they were like, come on over here, we're going to promote you and get you your own store instead. Yeah, don't see that. So, but that's my opinion. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Let's see. So from where we're at right now, I think probably, can you help us understand what was going on Monday, February the 13th? Can you kind of tell us what you were doing that day, and remember the day the girls
Okay.
were on the trail?
Okay.
Yeah.
I went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico, earlier in the day. I think my mom had hip surgery back then or something, but regardless, my wife was working, so I went over there and spent the day, I spent the morning with them. My sisters come over and they were going to go eat lunch and stuff, and I wasn't about that, so I went home. And I remember it was a fairly warm day, or warmer than normal, so I think I just put a jacket on and went back out to the trails. Usually when we go, we walk down to High Bridge and walk back and walk down the other side and come back. I mean, it wasn't a ritual, but I remember walking down to the bridge. The times, I left my mom's, it was probably around 11:15. So I think I would have been out there, because I didn't do anything else. It would have been around noon, I thought, is when I was out there. Walked down to High Bridge. Always went out just a little ways, not all the way. Went out a little ways and watched the fish. See if I seen any fish down there, because I like fishing, and walk back and sit on the, when you turn around and go down the other fork, there's a bench that overlooks, and sat there for a few minutes and walked down walked back out and left.
Okay. Anything else you remember? Where was you parked your car?
Said there was, the big parking lot wasn't there at the time, right?
Oh, you mean which one?
Like where the bridge is at, I don't think it was there. So there's if you went over behind, there's a back road that went up and there was a bridge, not the main bridge. There was a smaller bridge where you could park there or you could park over on the other side. And I remember I didn't park over there where the, it's a farmer's entrance or something. I remember I didn't park there because I had told him something about, there were a couple of vehicles there when I left, so I had parked somewhere, either parked over on the bridge side or there used to be a little building there. I could have parked there. There was a trail until they got the whole thing done.
So he doesn't know where the fuck he parked. Let's just be clear on that. This whole Farm Bureau building bullshit is made up by Dan Doolin because he says the farmer's entrance. So I'm going to stop this here because I want to show you guys the map of this, and so you guys can see what he's talking about. If I can get it to actually come on the screen. Okay, so this is, we've kind of gone through this before, but here is the main bridge, right? This is Freedom Bridge right here. The new bridge that goes over the highway. There's a little bridge here. It's really just like kind of like an overpass that is going over the old 25, which is here. So if you hear what he says, he'll tell you that you can go through this neighborhood. There's like some houses and stuff, and then there's a small bridge right here. See? So some people used to park over here in this area, and then they'd walk straight across. Other people would park here in this area, which, if we go back in time, I got to remember what year it was. Hold on. This is an old building that was torn down. Here you go. So this is 2012. This is old building that was torn down and ends up being turned into a parking area. So here, old little bridge, right? Old building gets torn down. No, see, the new bridge isn't there yet. The highway's not there yet. This all gets changed. So this is like 2012. So let me go back. Hey, Julie, let me go back to 2017. So you can drive up through a neighborhood that has houses. You end up at the small bridge, and you can go straight up here, turn into this area where people parked, and then there's a trail that leads you to the Freedom Bridge. Okay? Or you can go all the way up over here and then around and park at the old CPS building here. And so then he talks about that he has parked there too. And here is like this trail that was kind of ran along the highway and took you to the new trailhead that they built, which was here. Remember, this wasn't there years before that. So then he talks about the farmer's entrance. That's the entrance that we're all pretty familiar with at this point, because it's where Kelsey gets dropped off, or Kelsey drops off the girls supposedly, and that Derek is waiting, and we know that Betsy Blair says that she parked there. So it's across from the farm, the Mears farm. You've heard it called the Mears parking lot. They used to call it, what's the lady's name that starts with an F that lived there? Shit, why can't I think of her name? My mind is just drawing a blank. Why can't I think of her name? Julie, help me out here. What's Mears' name that they used to call this her little way? That's, why the fuck can I not think of it? Anyway, the older lady, the older Mears lady that I can't remember her name for some reason. They used to call it that. No, it's not Betsy. Sherry, thank you. Yes, it was like Sherry Way. So this is the farmer's entrance that he's referring to here. Thank you. So, and then here's your Hoosier Harvest Store. Okay, so here's multiple places that he's talking about. Now, I was going to do this before I went live, and I didn't, but I wanted to overlay the map they end up showing him, because they don't show him on the map. They don't show him this entire area that he's actually talking about is not on the map that they're showing him. And if you guys are on your phones and you can zoom in, I want you to zoom in because this is what it looked like in 2017. This is 2 months after the murders. So you pay attention to the map they show him, and the part that he's talking about, they don't even have on that map, nor do they go get a different map to try to help him like orientate himself to say, hey, this is what you're talking about. Amber's like, innocent or guilty? I would say I wasn't there. Well, the thing is that he was there, and they asked for anybody who was there that day to come forward. Multiple people came forward.
Well, and the reason they showed him the zoomed in one and that's it is because they wanted him to say that he was parked there, where they wanted him to be parked.
Right, because they were looking for a car that was parked here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a setup. Absolutely, I agree with you. Okay, so I wanted to kind of show you guys that on the map so you can see what they're talking about here.
Okay. When you're talking about the bridge, just so I'm clear, you're talking about that big blue bridge, the Freedom Bridge or whatever that goes over the highway?
Well, that's the big blue bridge, but before that was there was a, if you're going out of town, you would take the road that I think is where the park is. It veers off, it winds off this way, and there's a road, the first road you come, well, I don't know if it's the first road, but there's a road that takes off to the right, and there's houses, and then it just kind of turns into a lane, and there was a small bridge up there before. I mean, I think it's still there if you were
Like the one, okay, so you're talking about the one lane
The little bridge that I just showed you guys.
bridge kind of that goes over the street?
It wasn't used. It wasn't a bridge that was used, I guess is what I'm saying. It was just, there was a parking area up there that you could park in.
Okay.
And that's where that's where quite a few people would park before I mean, now there's a nice parking space, but before it was either you parked there or you parked over in the farmer's thing. And I mean, at one point they had it marked that they didn't want you parking there. So and I know it wasn't over there because I told them something about some cars that were there. So I would have been parked up on the bridge side of things, I guess is what I'm saying.
I guess I'm all happy.
So this is kind of an overview of the area. So obviously this is the Blue Bridge here over the Houston Heartland Highway.
Okay.
Yeah, and so can you mark on where you think you parked at? Good.
Show me the Blue Bridge again.
Blue Bridge, here's the Houston Heartland Highway. Here's Main Street. The road that comes out from downtown goes out onto Heartland. And here's the Andersons. I think that's going to be their fertilizer plant. And then there's the,
So that's the Blue Bridge. I mean, it's right there. It would have been over in here somewhere probably.
well, that's one of the parking areas. Okay, and then I used
Or it would have been, there was a old building somewhere over.
this map was taken back when the building was still there. And this is the building that was on the bridge, the trail side of the bridge.
Okay.
So down up
You
here.
went this way, I think you went down this way and
Mhm.
like
There was
went in an underpass or something?
Yep, that's right. And then there's a building right there, if you can see it.
Okay. So it would either have been there or there.
Okay, all right, very good. Which way do you think you would have traveled to get to this building that particular day? Remember?
Just that way that loops around.
Okay.
I don't know the names of the roads or anything. I mean, I can show you where I drove, but it just, on the way, the road that goes out, it's basically the same way that you get to this one, except, no, it's further up. And you go down and it like comes down and goes around somewhere and comes over on the other side.
Okay, very good, okay. Was it ever an occasion where you might have gone to the park another way? Did you go out here very often, I should ask?
Not, like, I wouldn't say often. I mean, we go out, we may go once a month, we may go twice in 1 week. I mean, it was just kind of one of those where when we felt like walking the trail, we'd go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could say
He doesn't even know where he parked at that day. He's saying it has to be over here because I either parked when I would go, we would either park here or we would park over here in this farmer's entrance. And then he's saying, I know I didn't park in the farmer's entrance, so I must have parked over here. Like, which makes sense. 5.5 years later, he doesn't know. He just knows where he normally parks when he goes there. He doesn't know exactly where he parked at. And so he parked at the old Farm Bureau building is made up by Dan Doolin. Like, I think that's the biggest piece that like people are not hearing is like, it's made up. It's not true. He doesn't ever say anything about parking at the old Farm Bureau building. Dan wrote that shit down and made it fact in a probable cause affidavit. But then people want to say that you can take what Dan Doolin said, and he told Dan Doolin he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. Did he? Because Dan Doolin literally made shit up. But like nobody wants to pay attention to that. It's the craziest shit to me.
Visited regularly.
That's not you guys, by the way. You guys hear it. You know what I mean.
During the summer months, we didn't really go out there much in the winter. We may have gone out a time or two, but.
Right, okay. So was it ever something, was there ever a time that you guys took another path to get out there besides going around this way, or do you remember anything like that?
He's dying for it to be the other way.
I think there's a way if you go past.
He's trying really hard to say, like, tell me how many times you parked over here in this parking lot specifically. So then I can just tell everybody that you parked over by the old CPS building and because the narrative since October of 2022 has been that he was mistaken. Richard Allen was mistaken, and he thought that the old CPS was the old Farm Bureau building. That Rick was mistaken. It's lies. He's not mistaken. He's telling him exactly where he would park, and they're trying to get him over here where they want him to be because that's what they're looking for.
Where you park the farmer's entrance that I was telling you
I
about?
think it's down here. There's an entrance across from a residence that's a farmhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know that there's a way that winds around, and you can eventually get back to 200 or whatever road it is. We're off of 200 North, I think it is. It comes out somewhere down there, but we only did that. I think we found that by accident one time. We thought we'd go that way and try to get back, and it was we eventually came out that way somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But no, I wouldn't. If we were going to go there, we would go down through town and.
Okay. Good to know. All right. So let's talk more about what you remember doing that day, remember seeing that day.
Okay.
You gave an account to the officer who talked to you. And do you remember how
They're stuck on this spot specifically, Streets, because they have a witness who says that they saw a purple PT Cruiser or a smart car or a SUV that was seen there. And now in what was it? The 2019 presser? Am I right about that? I might be on the wrong presser. They came out and were asking for people that knew about a car that was parked in that area. So they want that to be his car now. They need him to be parked there because they've already decided that BG parked at the CPS building. That is what they have decided. With no factual, no evidence, no nada, they have made this decision. And so now this is the epitome of this case. They have it, quote unquote, you can't see my air quotes, figured out, and they need everything else to fit into what they already figured out because they didn't investigate it to make it so it was so. They already put it together.
Yeah, just like they always knew from like minute one, like week one, that whoever this person was in the video didn't come forward. So that meant that they were guilty. So if they ever find that person is their killer.
Correct. It's like, I'm telling you, like I said at the beginning of this live, they found, Kathy Spanky found that tip and immediately Liga was like, that's BG.
They've
That's
all
him.
admitted that.
He saw
Yeah.
3 girls. That's who it was. That is BG. They went into it saying, without a doubt, that is him. Doesn't match actually what the evidence that they have, which is the 4 girls seeing a guy who is taller than the tallest girl there. It's all manufactured bullshit.
That was prompted, how that happened, if you happened to talk to the officer?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple days, but shortly after they were asking for anybody that was there to come in. So I went down, I got home from work and my wife said, you know, they want to talk, because I had obviously told her that I was there. And she said they want to talk to anybody that was down there, may have any information. I don't have much, but I obviously will go down. So we went down to the sheriff's station, and I don't remember who it was, came out and talked to me and said that he would get my name and information. And then I was driving downtown for something, and I know that, remember, he called me when I was in the car because I pulled over and talked to him. It was a DNR officer. And he asked me if I could come down and talk there, or I want to meet somewhere. And I don't remember how or why. I think they were really busy, obviously, crowded probably. So I was heading down to, it was the Stable Lot parking lot down there, and I told him I would just meet him there if that was okay. So he came down, we talked. He looked at my phone, took my phone information, and I think he got some, we took the battery out and everything, he got information off of us. So.
Okay, so he went in with his wife to the sheriff's department, he says?
Yes.
Tells them he was there, and then a couple days later, Dan Doolin calls him. He says he's on his way to town. He's going to meet him at the Save-A-Lot parking lot. The narrative we were sold for how long was that they were doing the interviews at the Save-A-Lot parking lot, just seeing if anybody was there, and they just happened to run into Rick. He didn't actually volunteer the information. That was one. That was one big fucking lie we were told.
The other one was that he didn't want them to come to his house because, like, they might find something.
Right.
And so he had to meet them outside the house.
That's right. Oh, the other one was that he never even talked to Dan Doolin. He actually talked to Skinner, who was his friend. And this is
there were people who were getting cleared by their friends, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah, true.
Fiend, I know you know what I'm saying.
So for anybody who is like is questioning, like, why is he sitting here doing this? I'm going to tell you my opinion, and you can agree with me and you can disagree with me. My opinion is it goes off of everything that he's essentially told us through, any interviews or even through trial, is that he has a very, it's very important to him on people's perception of him. It's important that people like him, to him. Not everybody, obviously.
Real. Like, even if they don't have that perception of him, if he thinks that something that they might perceive him to be a bad person, that's enough. Right.
He doesn't want that. The biggest thing that he tells, Jerry Holman is, hey, you've already ruined it. Everything's done now. It's too late. You've already destroyed my reputation, essentially, my wife's reputation, essentially. And whatever you do now is irrelevant because that's what's important to me. So here he is being just super chill. Let's just talk about, whatever you guys want to talk about, whatever I can do to help. I want to be the good guy. I want to help you guys. But I did. Susie Q, I've tried to. Hi, Michael. Hi, Kathy. Hey, Charles.
Pretty much it. And, I gave him the account. Forgive me, it's been years and I thought about it a lot. As time goes on, it's, like I said, I think I was there probably around noon. It could have been a little before noon or a little after noon. Walked down, back an hour, so probably 1:30, 1:45, depending on exactly what time it was that I got there that day. I just remember walking down the trail, and I told him that when I was approaching the trailhead, I guess is what I'd call it, there was 3 girls walking off the trail, and I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching, not babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger. And they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead, and I didn't.
3 girls, 1 older, 2 younger. So even if people want to say it's really the 4 girls, right? They want to say it's really the 4 girls that he saw. He just missed one of them. So there's only 1 young girl in the group of 4, not 2. So make that make sense to me.
Is Liggett still breathing even? I mean, is he breathing?
I think he's taking a little nappy nap.
I think he would be much more engaged if there were snacks on the table.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, shit. We lost Lucy. Maybe she went to get snacks for Liggett.
Really see anybody. I walked down, like I said, I looked at the water, I walked back, and I sat, I mean, somebody could have walked behind me, I guess, but I sat on that bench that overlooks the creek bed and all that. And I remember telling him when I left, I remember there being, I think there was 2 vehicles down there on that farmer's entrance that I told you about. And that's why I know I didn't park there, because obviously I wouldn't recall seeing cars there if I parked there.
The farmer's interest, are we still talking about this area here, or is there some other location here?
There's a pull-in, like right next to the trail is all I can tell you. There's a pull-in right next to the trail, and a trail actually leads up to the trail.
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but I think this is what's called the old Mears.
Probably. There was a farmhouse across from it is all I knew.
Right.
And it was like I mean, I guess it looked like where you take farm equipment in and out or something, but I know at one point they flagged it that it said no parking, so we didn't park there for a period of time, but.
Did you ever park there before when you went?
Yeah.
A lot of times you did? Okay.
I mean, we used to when it wasn't marked. We did a cleanup down there one time I brought a bunch of Walmart people, kind of a community engagement thing. We did a cleanup down there. It's the year that they tore down. We tore down that, if you go down, not the High Bridge way, but that one where I sit on the bench.
Yep.
That I was talking about. If you go down that hill, there used to be a little shed, a little shack in there, and they tore.
Nom, nom, nom. Donuts, donuts, donuts.
I know. I was cracking up laughing when Jenny typed that. I forgot about donuts. Num, 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 num.
How could you do that?
Donuts. Num, num, num. Okay. So he says that he sat at the bench up here where you could look down. So the other trail, it's kind of hard to see, but I'm hoping that you guys will be able to see it. Num, num, num. Here's the drop-off point for the girls. Here's the trail crossing is kind of what I call it. I don't know if it actually has like a technical name. And then you go down here and it takes you down to the water. This is a big deal for people who are like, how did so-and-so not see so-and-so when they were there? Well, people were on different trails. So not necessarily were you going to see everybody who was there at the same time. There's channels
Did you
that
see
have
what Michael said?
No, I didn't.
I put it up. He said that, just before we get away from this current topic, was that there was a man there that said that he saw 4 girls.
Is that Riley?
No, he said there was a man who was
I know. Is
there.
that David Riley?
Oh, I don't know. He just said there was a man that was there that said that he saw 4 girls.
I would think that's probably David Riley.
That's probably pretty important because Rick only saw 3.
Wears the same clothing. In his interview, ironically, another guy wearing the exact same clothing as BG, including more of a windbreaker jacket.
Guilty.
And they've scrubbed his interviews from the internet, or they've tried to.
Yeah.
So anyway, so he's talking about that there was like a shacky thing down here. In this area is where him and his Walmart crew came and did some work for the park. So just kind of showing you where there's videos done by All Eyes on Delphi, Truth and Transparency, where her and Julie were out there around the trial time. I prefer the ones by All Eyes on Delphi just because they're so clear and put together so precisely on how people are walking and where people would have been. So I think that's important. Sorry, I was trying to read chat at the same time. It was not David Riley.
I was just about to say that. And also, I think it's probably important for people to realize that there were cars parked, seen, SUVs, sedans, trucks, motorcycles. There are plenty of vehicles that we don't necessarily know were seen or parked or whatever. So we can say like, oh, well, he says that there were cars parked at the Mears lot, but there were no cars parked at the Mears lot at that time. But we don't really know that because we only know the things that they've wanted us to know. Like, we still don't even, I'm convinced that we still don't even know, I don't even think they know who all was on the trails at all that day or even really in the area.
Percosin, are you referring to Cheryl by chance? Or are you talking about somebody else? I'm very curious if I'm on the same page with you on this one. Lauren, the people who were talking about the voice analysis, all the experts have come out and said that there is not enough of there's not enough words, not enough syllables to be able to actually do a comparison to anybody. Unless you're a YouTube guru who can do it and get away with it, and convince people whatever which way you want it to be. There isn't enough to be able to actually compare to anybody in an expert level. You may have some. Can you message me?
Yeah, they're going to message you on, I thought they said X.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can be on the fence all you want to. I have no issues with people on the fence. I don't have any issues with people that think he's guilty. You just need to come tell me like realistic reasons and bring some information that actually, backs up your position. If you're full hardcore guilty, you can't. All the 5 main common things. That's what we should. I'm gonna fucking do a live on it. The 5 things, and I'm gonna fucking show how all of them are fucking lies. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do that. So we won't do that now. I won't waste your time. But anyway, I wanted to show you guys that on the map.
For that, and we were there that day that we tore that down.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you guys did that with Walmart. Was that the local Walmart you worked at?
Lafayette.
Lafayette?
Yeah.
Okay. One on Commerce or the one on
Commerce.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. So you guys came up and did that. Do you know when that was?
Oh, Lord, no. Well,
Was it before or after this?
2006. Oh, it would have been, I wasn't even with, it was what, 17?
Yep. When the girls were out there.
13.
Hey, Callie.
17. I wasn't even with Walmart at the time. I would have already been with CVS. Yeah.
Okay. So sometime in the...
Yeah, it would have been way before. I mean, I went to CVS in, what did I say, 13. So it would have had to been before 13.
Okay. So you were out there then working on the trails?
I'm going to say a lot earlier than that because I worked in Chicago, south of Chicago, for a couple of my last years with Walmart when I was actually running that store. So probably around 9, 10 maybe.
Okay. All right. Somewhere around there. So you were working out there in trails. Have you been familiar with the trails before then? Was there a time that you had been out trails before that?
We had walked, after we moved to Delphi, I mean, we started experimenting. I mean, there were trails that we didn't know were there, but, you hear about one and you'd go, and I'm sure by that point, well, obviously I know by that point I knew about them because that's how I don't know how I got associated with the Dan something or other that runs the area. I think it was Dan. Run like the Erie Canal thing. Mm-hmm. And McCain.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember how I became acquainted with him, but I asked him because at Walmart, as a leader, they always want you to be involved in the community. And I mean, it's a good thing, sure. But you can also give money to because we brought so many people out for that event for a day, we had so many hours and we were able to donate money because of that from Walmart to the Erie Canal Foundation or whatever. So we worked, I guess the question is, I had been on the trails before that day. And we also worked out at the Carrollton Bridge that day. There's a tow path or something. We beat up some stuff along there too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense. All right, well, that's good.
So, I sat there for a few minutes and left. And like I said, there were a couple vehicles. I may have told him the exact makes. I'm not sure. I just remember one was like a sedan, and I think maybe one was an SUV. I'm not sure. I have to look back at what I said that I interviewed with him.
And that was at you call it Farmer's Entrance. Those cars were at the Farmer's Entrance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about where you parked? Were there any other vehicles?
I know there were no vehicles where I parked because I don't remember telling him. I mean, if he asked, I didn't see anything there that day.
So he's talking about McCain. He's talking about Dan McCain, and Dave McCain is the one that was there later and testified, the brother. So Dan and Dave were brothers. Dave McCain testified that he had seen Derek. So Dan McCain, on the other hand, is the one that people have said quite a bit, which we've never gotten this information public yet either, was caught on the Mears camera riding his bicycle at the time. So we've only been told as the public that one McCain was there, but we've heard through locals that both McCains were actually there. So don't know. Who the fuck knows, because nobody wants to tell us shit.
A lot of people would park at that Farmer's Entrance because it was.
He's not saying he passed Dan. He's saying he knew Dan, and how him and Dan, Dan is the one that he had worked with when he went out and did the work with Walmart, the Walmart crew. Dan McCain, because the McCains have everything to do with they actually like the board of parks, and I don't remember their title now. It's just not coming to me. But they're the ones that do all the, what do you got? It's not Parks and Recs, but they're on the board for like the trail system. I just don't remember what the damn name of it is. Somebody in chat will remind me.
I'm thinking that was probably when they didn't really want you parking there, and that's probably why I didn't park there, but it's much closer to the trails. So a lot of people like to park there. You walk in and you're actually like halfway through the trail, so you can walk one way and the other and leave. But I know at one point, like I said, they didn't want you parking there, so we didn't.
So back then, you told, he said his report said old Farm Bureau building. So would that be?
I never really knew what that building was. I just remember telling him there was a building there. And if that's where I told him I parked, then that's probably where I parked. Because we, like I said, we would either park. Obviously, the Farmer's Entrance was always the most convenient, but there was a bridge, a small bridge before the Blue Bridge. I don't know if I got this right. This was Anderson's.
Yes.
So there was a little tiny, it used to be like a one-way bridge. It wasn't even a road anymore. Like, you could either go towards the Blue Bridge or
you drive under it too.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Now I follow.
It wasn't.
He saw them when he walked by. He walks by the Mears. He says there's two cars that he sees when he was walking away from the trails, that there's two cars parked there when he leaves the trails.
That parking lot wasn't there on the other side, so you didn't.
Correct.
But yeah, you would, you went, like I said, you take this road that forks off coming out of Delphi somewhere, and then you take a right, and it's just a little road, and there's some people that live along it, but then at the end of the road, it goes up to this, like I said, there's like a parking area where people used to park.
I think I know what you're talking
I
about.
think you can't see it out here, but what you're describing
Probably.
is a road that leads up to this parking area that you're talking, it's out of the side of that. Side of the
Sure, it's probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, how far out of the bridge did you go that day when you were out there? Do you remember?
How far what?
How far out onto the high bridge?
I have no idea how many feet it is. The way I always know is there's one of those
Feet.
platform things.
He's talking about going feet,
Correct.
not across the motherfucking bridge.
Nope. Not across the bridge.
Things that stick off the side, and I usually, years past, like 9, 10, let's see, 6, 7, between 6 and 10 probably. I've actually been across the high bridge back when it was in a little bit better shape, but somewhere in there, 8, 9, 10, somewhere it started getting pretty rugged and stopped going across it. But for the most part, I didn't go past that one whatever the thing is that sticks out. I'd go out there and kind of look. Like I said, fisherman, I'd look and see if I see any fish or anything, and then I went back the other way.
Yeah, I think those were back in the day, if the train was coming and you were out there, that you could possibly at least get out of the train's way.
Exactly.
I think I would.
So you hear what he's saying. He's saying that, like, this is what he used to do. This is what he did when he would go there. Years prior, he crossed the bridge, but he stopped crossing the bridge because the ties were too bad, and that he would typically go out there and he liked to fish, so he'd go out there and look to see the fish. He doesn't actually know exactly what he did that day.
Yeah, he says he usually would go out, 8, 10 feet or whatever. I'm assuming he's talking about the first platform, and would look over at the fish. He did not say that day he went out and stood on the first platform and was down there staring at fish.
Right. He's just said this is what I would do when I went out there. Just same as the parking situation.
just like when you get on in it, and then he says this is what he would have been wearing if he was wearing any clothes when he was there, or you know what I mean. Like all of the things are. This is what I typically do. This is what I typically wear. It's now been 5.5 years. This is probably what I was doing.
I still want to be on it when the train came.
Exactly, yeah.
Here, I'll rewind here it is.
Whatever the thing is that sticks out back between 6, 8, sure, it's probably,
Yeah. Okay. So, how far out of the bridge did you go that day when you were out there? Do you remember?
How far what?
How far out onto the high bridge?
I have no idea how many feet it is. The way I always know is there's one of those platform things that stick off the side, and I usually, years past, like 9.
He started out right there. He said, I usually, and now he's going back and he's saying years past. So he started with I usually.
10, let's see, 6, 7, between 6 and 10 probably. I've actually been across the high bridge back when it was in a little bit better shape, but somewhere in there, 8, 9, 10, somewhere it started getting pretty rugged and stopped going across it. But for the most part, I didn't go past that one whatever the thing is that sticks out. I'd go out there and kind of look. Like I said, fisherman, I'd look and see if I see any fish or anything, and then no.
For the most part, I'd go out there and see if there was any fish. I'm a fisherman, so I'd see if there was fish or anything. So it says I usually, and then he says for the most part.
I went back the other way.
Yeah, I think those were back in the day, if the train was coming and you were out there, that you could possibly at least get out of the train's way.
Exactly.
I think I would still want to be on it when the train came.
Exactly, yes. Yeah. So yeah, that day I don't remember what year it was, but it was well before 16, 17. I don't know, just decay.
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
So if you were parked there, and correct me if I say anything.
The bridge?
Over here,
Okay.
in that building, I'm sorry. So if you're parked there, how did you get on the trail? Where did you walk?
At one point, you either walked down the road, but then at one point they had a trail there. Not a trail, I wouldn't even call it a trail. They had a gravel path that led to the new thing that they were doing. I call it the trailhead. When they started doing all that, there was a trail that would, I think it ran along the road, if I remember right, and then it just cut over to where the trailhead was at. You couldn't really park at, I just remember where that path was at. You'd think you could park there, but it was no parking. So you had to walk. You either parked over here and just, it was actually closer if you went over here and you could just walk to the bridge that way. And then if you went this way, it was a little bit further because you walked along the road to.
So you would walk along the road, or was there a path that went?
At one point, I think you walked along the road. Honestly, I don't even remember. Where's the trails here? That's why I said at some point, it was probably after they put that little pathway in that we even parked there. I don't think we ever even used that until they put that path there, and it was just because it was the only way to get to trailhead from that side. And like I said, at one point, they didn't want you parking down here at this farmer thing, so they had put in a gravel path in, and you would park there. So you either parked over there or you parked there and walked down the gravel path. And the path cut over to where the trailhead thing is.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that we ever parked at that little building, whatever it was, until they laid that gravel path to it. I think we thought that was a new, I guess, designated parking area, and that's when we parked there once in a while. We'd still park over here once in a while. It just depended on which, and like I said, there was times when we parked there on and off whenever they didn't have it posted. They didn't want you parking there. And we probably did a time or two when they did have it posted, but we didn't make a habit of it.
So what?
So he's talking again about they're trying to get him back into saying that he's parked at the old CPS lot, and he's saying, I don't know. I don't remember what year they changed it to having this, but we could have parked there if this path was there at the time, or I would have parked over here, or we parked at the farmer's entrance, which I know I didn't because the farmer's entrance only held 2 cars, and you can't park there if there's 2 cars. He keeps saying the exact same parking path. Yes. They want him over here. And he's like, I don't know. Maybe if we could have parked there. We parked there sometimes.
That car that was in your garage, would that have been what you drove out there?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to clarify something here. So you guys are talking about the sheds and the shacks. There are multiple sheds and shacks. So I don't think you guys are talking about the same ones. There was a little shed that was down by the end of the other trail, not the one that leads to the Monon High Bridge, the other trail. That's the one that was torn down years, like in 2006-ish, that one. Now you're talking the shack that everybody's always referred to with the girls, the quote-unquote, the big shack, is further over way behind Weber's house. If you guys want me to show you on the map, I can, but they're not the same things. So just to clarify that. And then there's also sheds and shacks at the houses. So you might be referring to one of those. But what he tore down is not the one that anybody ever referred to as being the one that the girls were in.
Let me think here. It would have either been that one or our Great Ford 500. We kind of switch vehicles back and forth. It's kind of because I've oftentimes worked further away from home, and when I was working in Peru, the car's what do I say? It's a 16. So prior to that, I'd had a little red Ford Focus, and our trucks we did our truck at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So on truck day, I'd be driving over to Peru at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And one day I was driving, I was tired. I mean, there's often times you'd be tired, but this day I was just so tired, like to the point I almost and should have just pulled over. But I made it over there, and I turned off didn't take the highway all the way up. I took the turnoff that takes you into the back way to Peru and made it all the way in town, and literally I fell asleep. And I woke up when my airbag went off. I veered off the road and hit a SUV parked on the side of the road. And literally that's when I woke up. Like I didn't even know. It took me several seconds, if not a minute, to get my bearings and even figure out what had happened. I still didn't know because when it hit the SUV, it threw it clear up over the sidewalk into somebody's front porch. Like I literally didn't brake at all. I was asleep, so I hit at full speed. So anyway, I get out and there's not even anything there. I'm like, what did I hit? And there was a person stopped on the other side of the road. Anyway, long story short, they called the police, blah, 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 and I had to get, that's when I bought that black car.
Mm-hmm. The black car being the 16?
The one in the garage.
Okay.
And so I got that car because I have to drive back and forth and want something that gets good gas mileage. So my point is I was driving the black car, and then when I transferred and came back to Delphi, I didn't need the gas mileage anymore, and it was a nicer car, so I gave it to my wife. And from that time until just earlier this year, I drove the gray car and she drove the black car. Now, if I was going somewhere out of town, a lot of times I would use the black car, depending on how far we're going. The gray car was dependable, but it's just one of those where the longer, I guess, more recently, I started driving, if I was going to go to Lafayette or something for an appointment or whatever, I'd take the black car just because it's more dependable. And
She works at her.
but anyway, and then during that time period, I drove the gray Ford 500, and she would drive the black car, had her little cat license plate and all that on it. And then when I got her van, the gray car pretty much had it, and it was either, I had that and a truck as well. I had a truck for, 3-4 years. I bought it used, and we didn't drive it hardly ever. And it was one of those where get rid of them while they're still worth something, so we traded them both in. And I got the van that she drives now, and then I went back to driving the black car. So
I remember right, you said you were gone to Miami County to see your mom. Mexico. Would you have planned to drive the black car because that was a trip out of town?
I wouldn't have planned, no. During that time, it was still, the gray car was still, it's not like it was a junk car. We bought it brand new. It was a 2006. But I just say in the last, 3-4 years, it's not, the car didn't run well. It's just one of those where it's old enough that, you don't want to get over somewhere. Especially because usually if I am driving it, it's because she's at work and I don't want to end up having to get stranded somewhere. But that was more recently, so that's why I don't know which, it was either the gray or the black one that day. It could have been the black one, could have been the gray one.
Makes sense. Okay.
It was an 06 Ford 500.
So then you get on the trails and you said you saw 3 girls. Where was it you saw the 3 girls?
They were up around the trail.
See, he doesn't know what car he was driving. He's not sure. Later on, he'll say more that he probably was driving the black car, but he doesn't know if he was driving the truck or not. So that he would drive the car, the Ford, if he was having to go long distances, but typically that's what his wife drove.
I didn't interact with them. It was up around the trailhead somewhere.
So you helped her.
Like I say they were leaving, yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming they were leaving, or they came from down where those cars parked and they were going to go back that way. I don't know.
Okay. And then, did you see anybody else when you were out there?
Anybody that stood out, I guess.
Okay.
If I did see somebody, it didn't click with me. And of course, my memory was a lot better when I talked to him that day. I don't remember seeing. Like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through, but I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed seeing were the 3 girls.
Okay.
Because I was walking toward them, and they obviously stood out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with 2 younger girls.
Okay.
Just walking the trail.
Okay.
And
Saying he didn't see anybody else. If there was somebody else there, he didn't really pay too much attention to it. They were the ones that stood out that he remembers that he saw. It's the only ones that he says that he saw at the time. And then here you have, the pro-guilters are adamant that the only reason he's telling the cops that he saw these girls was because he knows the girls saw him. And so he has to tell them that he saw these girls because he knows they saw him. But yet he's supposedly only 50 feet away from Betsy Blair, but never fucking says he saw her.
Yeah.
And according to Betsy Blair, he's looking at her and then realizes that she thinks he's looking for somebody and it's not her. So she ends up turning around because like he's out there waiting for somebody. So make that make sense.
I guess I assumed that she was probably watching them or in charge of them or whatever. Was
And if
kind of
you
what it
thought-
felt like.
Okay, if you thought you might have saw somebody when you were coming back through from the bridge, where they were on the bridge?
I don't really remember seeing anybody that day, but I don't know. So if I did see somebody else, they didn't jump out to me or anything else. I don't, like I said, it could have been people down around the cars, but I don't remember. I just remember seeing a couple cars parked over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Dan and the SUV or something like that.
Okay, and then when you got back to your car, was there any other cars when you got back to your car?
I don't think so. Well, no, because I would have thought through that now.
Okay.
Or just been mine.
Do you know where you went afterwards, when you left there?
Well, that day, I always watched the stock market and
You know,
trading stocks.
that was something else that they remember the officer recorded, something about stock markets. And
To be clear, he said, I went home. They said, what did you do after? He said, I went home because I like to watch the stock market.
tell us about that.
I just had a individual trading account with it was Daytech originally, and I think it was TD Ameritrade. I trade stocks, try to get rich, lose money.
Did that work for you?
On and off it did actually, but no, it worked really terribly there for a while, and I don't even do it anymore. So
Okay.
it's just too much of a risk.
So did you have a phone or a watch or something you were looking at the stock market on, or?
I think so. I had a program on my phone to watch stocks. I don't remember exactly when and how long I had it, but yeah, I had a program that I could, depending on the reception you had, of course. If you didn't have any reception, that wouldn't work. And
Was it fairly good out there that day?
that's honestly, I think that's why I went home as quick as I did, because I wanted to get home and watch it on my computer with my stock tickers and all that stuff. So, because I remember what I remember doing that. That was like a hobby, I guess.
That
for me,
seems
was
important.
watching the stock.
That seems like a bit of important information that he went home and looked at it on his computer.
And that's why he left so fast, because he basically didn't have enough service to do what he wanted to do.
Pretty sure they had access to his computer that could prove or disprove this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Nobody brought up that they didn't find the computer that he had in 2017. So yeah,
I
according to him,
100% believe this. What that the geofence wasn't. I do think that it proved that he left, and I also think that there was likely some incompleteness.
Mhm.
Like, I would not be surprised if what they did have was incomplete, and so, we all know about the particular thing that they say was in the geofence information, right? Like, about other people, but once they put that out there very quickly before getting an expert to look through that stuff, I just wonder if that tipped somebody off about particular information. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That might have, but you have to also understand that geofencing is like, so if the defense was given geofence stuff, right? A geofence is not a tower dump. So the tower dump will show all the phone numbers, and they can figure out whose phone numbers are what and what everybody was doing and what they were paying off the towers, blah, 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 blah. The geofence is all like encrypted, like it has like device IDs. Well, you have to like identify particular devices of interest, and then you have to send that to Google, and you have to ask for the information. Like, until you do that, identify the particular device IDs that you are interested in, then send that information to Google and ask them who owns those devices and more information on the devices. You don't have any of that information. So one would have to identify Richard Allen's device ID on the geofence in order to even get that information. from Google. Does that make any sense?
Right.
So if they never did that because he was gone before the girls showed up, then he wouldn't be on the geofence. The device ID wouldn't, you know what I mean? Because they would have been picking people and device IDs within a particular window, within a particular distance. Hopefully that makes sense. So if he wasn't there during that window and he wasn't close enough to the crime scene, I guess I'll say, then
Okay, I will, Thomas. Okay, here we go.
Market and looking at charts and trying to predict what something's going to do and make money.
About the stock ticker. So they will bring up that Doolin said something about that he was on the phone looking at the stock ticker, and he'll go, well, if I said it, or something along those lines. I'm not quoting it correctly. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I did have service, because he doesn't really remember. But in his memory, what he's telling them is this is what he did. Now, remember, we already have proven that Dan Doolin wrote down inaccurate information. It's already admitted to by Dan Doolin. So take it for what you want.
Also, I just want to throw in real quick before you go again. I think that people like Nick, for instance, in like his filings and stuff, and even the police, really, I think that they use geofence. These particular people use geofence and like tower dump interchangeably at times. So you could think that they're saying one thing when they're really talking about a completely different set of data.
Probably true.
So
I would that would line up with everything else. Scorpion says if he went home to trade stocks on TD, Ameritrade, etc., I would think they would have logs of it, especially if he made any trades. Did the defense look into this?
good question.
That is a great question, and one that I had yesterday when I was watching this was: did anybody bother to look at this computer and prove or disprove it? I'm already frustrated with the fact that we know the defense had a phone expert with Stacey Eldridge, and they still didn't have her looking at Rick Allen's phone to utilize it. She said she may have been able to, may have not been able to. So I mean, I already have some issues with that in general. That there could have been more, more done in the prove that he wasn't there kind of thing. There is the geofencing. They've all stated he's not on the geofencing. So I don't know why anybody still thinks that he is on the geofencing. Both sides have stated he is not on the geofencing. And hence the prosecution didn't even want it in. He doesn't show up on the geofencing. Now the tower dump is going to be a very different thing because of the fact his house is literally within the tower range. So they'd have to ping it.
Don't you find it so crazy that like all those devices, the computers, the phones, his search of his house, his car, don't you find it fucking odd that like they couldn't find anything at all that was like incriminating that they could bring in here? Like, if you go through my shit, there's shit here. Like, no matter what crime I commit, I'm positive that there's stuff in this phone alone, never mind my iPads and my computers, that would make me look not great.
Right.
It's just bizarre to me that they literally couldn't find anything they could use except for his Google, his Google searches read to us by Coffin Duffer.
It's still one of the best fucking clips ever. So all I said, Nick told Goal on all the phone data. This is why it's very confusing on which piece of information everybody's referring to, like Sleuthy was saying, because they try to interchange it. Nick told Goal all the phone stuff was tower data from AT&T in the motion in limine, even though Google is not AT&T.
See, so that would be the tower dump, not the Google, or not the geofence.
Not the geofence.
And the defense was talking about geofence, and his response was a lot of tower data. So like, basically it all got thrown out, basically. And it would have, in my opinion, could have been important to the defense, because I would think that something that I would want to raise, and I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that one thing I would want to bring up and have the jury know would be that, like, they were using all that phone data, both kinds, and the sketches, and the video, to clear people. And so I would want to meticulously go through, and let's say, for instance, so let's say that they say so-and-so was tipped. So let's say I'm clearing Teresa because she's 5'4", and our suspect, according to the video and our witnesses, is 5'10" or taller. So
Correct.
Teresa can be cleared. I would want to be able to present that, considering my client is 5'4", and
Correct.
you know what I mean? So the interrogations won't be an issue in the appeal, Michael said. I'm not sure what he's replying to. I probably missed it because I was
Travis. Travis and him are talking about what there is and what there isn't, and how, even though we find these discrepancies in this interrogation or / interview / accidental interrogation videos, ultimately it's not appeal worthy. But I think for me, it's more about the public being able to actually see the lies that are being spewed, and whether people are paying attention or just wanting to go, well, he's guilty, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter that Dan Doolin lied, and so we're going to believe everything else Dan Doolin said. It doesn't really matter that Liggett lied. We're going to believe everything else he says. It doesn't really matter that Mullen is a fucking idiot. We're going to believe everything he says. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I know that, but this is like the factual information from the lies that we've been told for years.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly Rick said XYZ. Oh, wait, here we can actually see Rick didn't say shit. No, he didn't.
Can I also, just for anybody that's unclear or doesn't know, because I've been seeing a lot of confusion. Also, unindicted co-conspirator. I think I'll be ordering that.
That is so perfect.
That'd be great. That is perfect. So because they brought up, they're having their own conversation about direct appeal and stuff, I just thought it might be an okay place to slide this in. For anyone that might be confused, and actually Andy did a interview with Kara. I don't know, a couple days ago. It might have been a week ago. I'm not even sure. Where they were talking about the direct appeal and the post-conviction and the timeline of all the things and whatever. And in case anyone didn't know, so like the direct appeal, which is where he's in right now. So Stacy and Mark are his attorneys for the appeal.
I'm going to be right back. You keep going. I'll be right back, though.
Which is what we're waiting. Oh yeah, you're right, Ginger Snap. I should watch my mouth. I forgot where I was. So the direct appeal, Stacy and Mark, those are his attorneys for the direct appeal. The direct appeal is only everything we saw on the docket, right? So I'm not even gonna look at the chat now. You people you need help. Everything on the docket. So like all the motions that were filed, all the exhibits filed with the motions, all the hearings, the transcripts of all those hearings, all the exhibits entered into evidence at those hearings, the trial transcripts, and the exhibits entered at trial. I'm pretty sure that's everything. All of that is the only things that the direct appeals attorney, which is what we're in right now, are dealing with. They are not reviewing discovery. They're not investigating anything. They're not looking into stuff that was missed. They're not going to be bringing out any new evidence that like no one's apart. So what I want to say is they're not going to bring in any new evidence that like no one's ever heard of. But of course, there are some things that they might mention that we have not heard of, in the form of like, I don't know, maybe exhibits that were entered at hearings that are being held hostage by Judge Gull and her crony. But all the other stuff that we think of, like, I don't know, maybe figuring out who the fuck did this, talking to witnesses, interviewing people, doing depositions, subpoenaing records from places, going through all the discovery, all of that stuff isn't going to happen until after the direct appeal fails. And it turns into the post-conviction phase. So the phase that we're in right now is not going to have anything to do with anything more than everything that's in the record right now. Yeah, I hope they won't be destroyed either, Jamie. I actually, and I won't talk really about the other interview because I know Teresa hasn't seen it, but he makes a comment when Holman makes a comment when he is taking Rick's DNA, and he's like reading off this thing, and then he basically says, what it says is we're going to take it and we can't destroy it unless or until the judge tells us we can. And immediately my brain went back to Gull's order where they requested her to do a preservation order, and she was like, no, I don't need to do that. And I thought, oh, here we go. He like it almost seems like everything happens, and then we can find a certain place in the past that is like, oh, we should have knew when we heard it then. And I feel like now here we are. I just see everything disappearing. I see everything disappearing, and I'm, again, not a lawyer, so like I don't know what more can be done to try to prevent that, but I really think that that's where we're going. I think that's where we're heading. I worry when it comes down to lawyers in the next phase, not the current one, looking for all of the information and evidence, and because they've had to wait because for whatever reason they like, I'm just saying, I think that the longer this is, you have to also remember this happened in 2017, 8 years ago, over 8 years ago. So people die, people's houses catch fire, shit goes missing, things get deleted. People forget, people get rid of things. Like, it's just like time is really like of the essence. It's not like all of this happened within a year of the crime. You know what I mean? Like, we are way far out already.
Right. Is excluding Tobin going to make it in the appeal? His testimony would have been so good.
I mean, I don't know what's going to make it in the appeal, but I would assume that would be something that they could bring up in the appeal. But they don't, unfortunately, know anything, like anything that he would have said. I don't know that there's anything in the record that would support. Like, they couldn't say the metal allergist would have said A, B, C, and D because he like didn't testify anywhere that I know of. I don't know if they had a deposition somewhere that they entered somewhere or whatever, but if it's not already in the record, then
I think that chat's getting a little sidetracked. I'm going to get back to the
yeah,
interview.
go ahead.
So I think that one of the things that Sleuthie and I were talking about was going through and just discussing and doing like a thing on what all the differences are and why it's confusing to people that an appeal and a post-conviction can happen simultaneously through two different avenues. So I think it gets confusing to people on which route.
We can make one of those. Do you remember the like boob diagram? It was like two big circles And then there'd be like a circle in the middle. We could like do that, but it won't have anything in the fucking middle because literally none of it should intersect unless they want to. Like we can help you.
Boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do a boob diagram
The
for you
boob
guys.
diagram. Yeah.
And then just because I just think it gets confusing for people because they kind of just don't, they think that certain things have to be done. No, Ginger Snap, it is a
Damn, was it a Venn?
It's a boob diagram.
Yeah, I knew better.
Well, I think the most important person that needs to agree is Rick, but I'm not really up on that whole situation, so I just I don't want to get too involved, and that's why I said I think this chat's going to a different situation that I don't have enough info to really have an overall opinion of. So I'm going to keep playing this. Vem? Is it a Vem? That was a
No.
Ven.
Yes.
Yes. I was like, wait a minute, a Vem? I've never even heard that.
But it's really not, though. It's called the boob diagram.
It's the boob diagram. Sleuthy's boob diagram. The metallurgist. Right. No, I understand. That's why I said I think the chat's getting a little off. Let's go back to what we're doing.
Go ahead. We made it halfway. That's like pretty good for 2.5 hours.
I agree. We did.
Yeah, that's way out of my league.
Well, it was mine too. I just didn't realize it was time.
What were you wearing that day? I mean, you said you put on a jacket. You put on a jacket and
Blue jeans, and I'm sure I put on a jacket because I think it was still fairly cool that day. I don't think it was super warm. I would have put on a jacket. I don't know.
Remember what kind of jacket
Probably
you had back
jeans.
then? I mean,
I've had Carhartt jackets over the years.
color is your jacket.
The one was blue, the one was black. Probably back then it would have been a black one. Had a hood built into it. So it was just a black zip up. Anyway, I don't even think it was a Carhartt. I think it was an off-brand, but it was like a Carhartt. I could have worn that. I've had.
Here's the big one. The 5 points of why Richard Allen is guilty is he says he was wearing the same outfit the bridge guy was wearing. This is where they get that from, is this conversation.
Sweatshirt.
You just said it was probably a black one. It was probably a black one back then. But anybody who thinks he's guilty is just going to say, well, he's only saying that because now the bridge guy photo's been out. But yet your whole reasoning on why he was guilty was because he said he was wearing the same thing the bridge guy said.
Literally, you just have to understand when you're talking to idiots that it doesn't fucking matter what he says. It's going to be wrong no matter what.
Right.
So, like in the Holman interview, people were saying he's totally guilty because when Holman leaves the room, he refuses to look at all the shit that he has laid out on the table and his computer and stuff. So that means he's guilty because he refused to look. He didn't want to see what he'd done. But then if he had looked, it would have been, he had to know what evidence. You want to know what we know. And so here he was, and he couldn't help himself. He had to see what they knew. So regardless of anything, it's going to be wrong.
Right.
It's going to make him guilty. Plus BG was wearing a fucking windbreaker.
Well, not to mention that we also have 2 people who did interviews within 24 hours of the crimes, or 48 hours of the crimes, that are wearing a blue jacket and jeans.
Chelsea, that's such a good point. We knew all along what they knew, and it was nothing. How much more did they really fucking know? And that was what was really funny. Not funny because, like, if this wasn't so tragic,
yeah,
it would be like if this was a movie where like people's actual lives weren't at stake, like this would be funny because it's just so like you can't write shit that's more ridiculous than this stuff. And when I was watching Holman's interview, and he like kept saying like, I'm not showing you my whole hand. I'm only showing you a little bit of the evidence that we have. Motherfucker, it was all the evidence you had to this day. Like you literally got no additional evidence from the time you were talking to him in that room.
So much do we hear just wait till trial. There's going to be so much more.
There
Wait
was
till trial. There's
nothing.
going to be so much more. There's fucking nothing.
He had
There's fucking
nothing. He knew nothing more. And all he could say, and then I'll shut up about the Holman interview until we get to watch it. But literally, all he could say the entire time was about the bullet. That was the only thing he had, was the bullet. And those girls saw you. The sound on the video, the person talking on the video is you. All the same things we hear from the trolls that just repeat these same things over and over and over again was Holman the entire interview. He had no additional information. Liggett does look pregnant, Joanna. I've been saying this. He looks like he's got turkey belly. After Thanksgiving, when you have to unbuckle the top button, unbutton the top button. Except he just let them all pop off.
Thanksgiving dinner. American Night Mom says, and we talked, I don't know if we talked about it on this live. I know I was talking about it on Twitter. That he says down the hill. He actually says it in the interview, like we went down the hill.
Don't you think someone would avoid saying, and listen, I have no opinion about Ron Logan, but remember when they, remember when they asked him to say that? And I'm sorry, but he doesn't have to be guilty for you to admit that, like, he purposely tried to, like, sound different when he said down the hill. Sir, you don't sound like that.
Down the hill?
Down the hill?
It's down the hill?
So, like, it's just crazy to me to think that. So this man went 5.5 years completely under the radar, working in a place in public where his picture was up all the time. I mean, not his picture, his face was there all the time, and the pictures of the sketches were always posted everywhere. And not a soul tipped him in the entire 5.5 years, right?
Right.
He didn't lose his fucking mind, right?
That's why
he didn't.
The whole thing about, like, it's absolutely clear as day that this is Richard Allen's voice, or it's absolutely clear as day that that's Richard Allen on the bridge.
Yeah.
I cannot believe people actually think that, and then think that the cops just intentionally waited 5.5 years to go arrest Richard Allen. If it's clear as day that Richard Allen, or it sounds like Richard Allen, why was Richard Allen not arrested?
Well, and then he interviews 5.5 years later. He knows nobody's been arrested. And he was smart enough to, like, fly under the radar of not just the police, but literally everyone for 5.5 years. And then dumb enough to sit here and suggest that he wears all these different kinds of clothes that you could then turn around and say that means he was bridge guy. Or that he might have parked, at A, B, and C. Like, he literally has no qualms with putting himself there, putting himself at the bridge, putting himself as seeing 3 other girls. Like, it's just weird to me to think, like, why would a killer cooperate like this? And I don't want to hear that he, like, involved himself, like way back in the day, right when it happened, like, he involved himself, he inserted himself into the investigation. That's why he did the tip. Like, every time one of these comments about this case is, like, proven to be absolutely ridiculous and untrue, it's like another excuse. So first it was that he inserted himself. Well, then it morphed into, well, he knew that girls saw Bridge Guy that day and wanted to come forward to get ahead of it.
Well, that's my whole thing. Then why wouldn't he talk about Betsy Blair?
Mm-hmm. That's actually it actually is a really good, considering that she is someone who is said to have, like, made eye contact with the bridge guy on the bridge. I think that's an important point.
Yeah.
And also, why did the killer, okay. I just dropped my phone in water.
Oh, fuck. You sound like you're underwater. Uh-oh. All right, we're going to keep playing this. We'll let Sleuthy figure out what the hell about her phone. That's not good.
Shirts like what you're on today, I hoodies, jackets, I mean, I've got a little bit of everything. Fleece.
Anything else you maybe headgear or anything like that? Wasn't that warm that day, but wasn't that cold either.
Always kept a hat in my coat, so it would have been like a, I don't know, what do you call them, skull cap, or just not a big fluffy hat, but a small hat.
I'm very curious what's going on right here, because they both got the same message. They both look at their phone. So like what's happening on the outside that they just got?
So cap on your head, and anything else you've been wearing besides like what kind of?
He said I may have had a cap on my head. I kept one in my pocket, and now all of a sudden he's wearing a hat. He heard Mullen. He just said, okay, so you have a cap on your head. That's not what Rick just said.
Shoes, I mean, that pretty strange to ask a question like that. But what was, the design might probably tell you what kind of tennis shoes I had, because I usually make them last a very long time.
Well, and I've got shoes that I've had for 10, 12 years probably. It would have been older tennis shoes, or I had military boots that I used to wear, but they just don't fit. I've been out of the military forever, so I had some combat boots in my closet that I used to wear occasionally. I don't know if I was still wearing them or not. I mean, I haven't worn them in years, but could have a pair of work boots. I don't know. So probably older tennis shoes, but if it was wet out, sometimes I'd wear a boot, like a work boot, or but like I said, the combat boots, because they held water out pretty well.
Okay, great.
And I may have told him that day was when I don't remember.
Do you know what kind of phone you had back then? You just thought of them, did you?
If I do, it's in a closet somewhere. I'm sure to recycle it by now.
Oh, really?
Because I've had this for, my other one died. They'll tell me. No. Trying to go where I just went to look at. I don't know, it's been a few years now. Several years, not. Device. It wasn't, I know that since that time, I know I've gotten this phone. I don't remember when. It's not been a super long time, but it wasn't. I've had it long enough that I don't remember when I got it.
Do you have that picture of that car or no? I don't think I do. Picture of the car on the road. Here we have them. Is
your phone okay?
So I don't want to speak too soon, but as I was scouring my pantry for rice and wondering if we could do like a Celebrate extraction on my phone to see if it said headphones were plugged in. The sound was getting louder. So I think it's probably going to be okay. Because like anytime I've ever, so like long ago, back when I would drink, I would have some mishaps with phones. Like one time, like one time I was at the bar and like my phone was in my back pocket. And when I went to the bathroom, I forgot it was back there. And so when I went to like pull my pants down, the phone went straight into the toilet. And usually they break right away. Like it all immediately starts doing weird shit. And I can't, the screen goes black and all that stuff. So today is the one day that I didn't like tip over my outdoor chairs to get the water off of them. And of course, yeah, the newer phones are pretty water. Like they say, but then again, they say they're like shatterproof too, and I've definitely broken them as well. So,
All right. Well, your sound is good, so that's good.
well, I'm on the computer
Oh shit. Okay.
because I didn't want to keep fucking around on it, so I just put it in a bowl of rice.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope that fucking works.
Me too.
Streets does that when she's sober. Just FYI.
This is what happens when you like own a phone. It's like I still have a 13 Pro Max because I'm like, I own it. It works. I don't need to get another phone that's exactly the same, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, now it'll fucking break and I'll have to get a phone and pay every month. But carry on. Sorry for the disruption.
No, you're good. I just want your phone to be okay.
Did you hear it? Did you hear it plop into the water?
No, I just heard it. Actually, when you were talking, it sounded like you were physically underwater.
I tried to pull it out really quick.
It still sounded underwater.
We'll
So
see.
Jason says, I always felt that Rick was innocent until I saw his interaction with his wife and him lying to her about being on the bridge. If he was innocent, why lie to Kathy? So in fairness, Jason, I can't really comment on this because I haven't watched the Holman one yet. I've only watched this one. And so I really can't make a comment on that, but I don't, from my understanding, just from trial stuff, I don't think he actually lied to her about it. It's just that he was on the bridge and she's talking about crossing the bridge, but I'm going to keep my opinion reserved until I actually watch that interview. But thank you for sharing your thoughts on it.
Yeah, because my opinion is that it was 5.5 years later and she, in fact, she like apologizes for, she's like, I'm sorry. Like I think she was more, you also have to take into consideration that at the point that anybody sees Kathy, they've been talking to Kathy, telling Kathy her husband was a murderer. We don't know what else they did. They could have showed her pictures of the girls in the woods on the ground, like, and said, your husband did this and you need to tell us like where he was. And so like, you really have to take all of that into account as well by the time she walked in there.
Yeah. So yeah, and obviously I don't know if we're going to do it today because we're already at 3 hours and we're not done with this one. So I probably will end up breaking up into two, which is fine anyway. Cause I mean, I have a lot of shit I want to say. Suthi's got shit she wants to say, which, I the whole point of doing it with commentary is so that we can talk. So tomorrow we'll probably do the Holman one and just break this into two different ones. And, and then I'll let you know if I agree with you or not. That's really all I can say. I haven't watched it yet. Right now they're talking about his phone, how long he's had this phone and what phone he had before that.
So a couple of things I wanted to ask you after I checked my phone. It's just like ringing like crazy. What
You're not
we
that
would like
popular.
to do is to be able to confirm some of the information that you've given us so far, to be able to examine your phone. As you're well aware, phones go everywhere with everybody, and they tell a story about a lot of what people do. And sometimes the information on a phone can confirm or, maybe not necessarily confirm information about what somebody is saying. We have the ability to be able to extract the data from a phone and be able to look at it and be able to tell where somebody was at.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Would that be something you would allow us to take care of, do today and get it done?
How long are you going to have my phone?
Well, we ideally would like to have a phone that you had. When you got that phone, did you take the data from the old phone and move it to the new phone?
I have no idea. I mean, I know. I always try to save contacts.
Right.
So
if you had the phone, like, where'd you get the phone at? What service is it?
I go through Ting. It's an online service, and it's a lot of people don't know about it. It's really inexpensive, and I've had it for years now.
What's it called?
Huh?
What was it called?
Ting.
Ting, like T-I-N-G?
T-I-N-G.
Never heard of it.
It's online.
So you didn't really go to a store somewhere?
I used to, but I for years now we've been with Ting. You pay full price for your phone, and they have discounted ones, and so usually you'll pay a couple $100 for a phone, or you can pay $600-700, whichever. But as far as the service, I mean, I only pay around $40 a month for 2 phones, and that's pretty much everything.
Your service provider, is that Ting themselves, or is it another?
They, I think right now it's probably Verizon. It's one of those deals they use. Of course, all of them do that anymore. They use each other's
The big
towers.
corporate towers and.
Yeah, but I think it's like my phone. Some of it depends on what type of phone you have too. Mine is based off of. I'm pretty sure it's off of Verizon right now.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you had back then? 2017.
I know I didn't have this one yet. I don't even know if they were making those yet.
I mean, as far as service provider.
Well, I've had Ting. God, I've had Ting for several years now.
So they
I probably would have had Ting.
Okay. They may have changed service providers on you. Ting may have used a different service provider.
I don't since I've had this phone, I've never had them come out and say, hey, we're changing your provider. It's just I guess kind of the home system that it works off of. Like I said, it's Verizon. I'm trying to think if it's ever been, you hear about AT&T anymore, but it could have been that at one point.
Okay.
I never had it before we lived in Delphi, though, so I know, I'm pretty sure because I always got my phone. I work at Walmart, so I get my service plans through them because I got discounts through them. So I know it's been since I left Walmart, so.
Okay.
I mean, so I went through regular carriers prior, but I've been with Ting forever.
Well, so then what I would like to do, if it's okay with you, would be to have an opportunity to look at the phone and examine some of the data on it. Really would like to get to the phone that you had back then. If you think it's in a closet somewhere in the house,
Actually, I don't have. I mean, when my wife comes home, she'll know. If we have it, she'll know exactly where it's at.
Okay, all right. So if it's okay
I
with
thought
you,
she recycled them, but she may not.
we could start with this phone. We'll be able to extract the data from that if that's okay with you. And I have a form that I read to folks before we get started on doing something like that. And it goes basically like this: you have the right to require that a search warrant be obtained before you search your property. You have the right to refuse consent to a warrantless search. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before giving consent to such a search. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. I've read the statement rights. I understand what rights are. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I consent to warrantless search by the officers of the police department following described property, and it'll be your cell phone and whoever carrier, and authorize these officers to seize any item of data which they consider as evidence. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. And I would need to have the passcode. Is your phone open, or is it as a passcode, or is it a pattern, face, or what?
There's a finger thing, and then there's a code override. I guess
Go ahead. Any questions? Yeah, we'll try to answer.
just I don't know. It's sounding more like you're like I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy.
Here's our.
I thought we were talking.
I want to help you.
I thought you were trying to find.
So
What I
everybody
might have would be helpful, but
Everyone-
that's absolutely what we're doing.
everyone we talk to, we're trying to eliminate them from any suspicion of being involved in this case.
Sure.
So
I get that.
what we want to try to do is get as much information together to be able to show, okay, we've looked and didn't find anything. So you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, I get that. I just, like I said, honestly, it amazes me that we're even talking. I mean, it's been so long, and I haven't thought about this much, and it's just like I don't want to be somebody's fall guy, and we're going to try to make pieces of a puzzle fit somewhere they don't fit so we can close this thing, I guess. And I'm not saying you guys, please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just, okay. I mean, I guess that's where I'm at. It doesn't seem like a simple conversation we're having. It seems more like you think I might have done it. So
I understand what you're saying. I completely get what you're saying and how I would feel from your point of view. Okay.
yeah.
But from our situation, what we're trying to do is be able to show what all you were doing that day. Take a look at everything. Make sure that we can show that what you're saying is true. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that we can be able to say to someone else, whoever's prosecuting this case, look, we looked at Mr. Allen, and he's not our guy. And we looked at him because we looked at his phone. I was going to ask you something else, too, be able to look at your car, and also, with your permission, we'd like to look at your house. And so
Okay.
all these things are very, very important just to be able to...
No, I get that. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to... I mean, if you get to a point where you think that I need further investigating and you want to get a warrant, do it, that's fine. But I'm going to have somebody going through my house and everything.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just want to be honest with you.
Yeah,
We're
so
sitting here talking about going through his phone,
Mhm.
his car, his house, just to clear him of doing anything. They didn't even do that for 99% of the other people they were suspicious of.
No, this is intentionally he calls him. He calls
Yeah,
him
he's
on it. I don't want to be
100%
your fall
ready to
guy.
arrest.
You guys
Yep.
trying to put puzzle pieces together that don't actually fit or whatever. Like, I don't want anything to do with it. So we're at
Also, what time was
56
this?
minutes. This one is at like 11:30. We're at 11:38 in the morning if their timestamp is correct, which I don't know if it is.
Because they basically like search his house like right now.
Right. So
Like,
they don't
he
have a
said
warrant
this and
yet.
they-
though.
Yep.
So, and I know that keeps being said is like that they weren't searching. They're at his house currently. Like the photographs from the neighbors show us that they are already at his house. They don't get a warrant until later, until after all of this. But they were
We
already
only
there.
know this because somebody tipped off the news and all the people were there and Murder Sheet was there. And otherwise, no one would know that they were already there during this conversation because they didn't get a warrant until well after they had already been inside the house. It was like 7 o'clock or something.
Yeah, so out of an hour and 28 minutes, we're at the 56-minute mark. So he's been on to him for about at least a minute now. So 55 minutes in, he's finally at the point where like, no, you guys are trying to fucking railroad me, and I don't want anything to do with this. You know, when they ask if they can look at his phone, he's like, how long are you going to have my phone? Like, that was his biggest concern is how long are you going to have it? As they keep pushing, he's like, I'm getting a really bad feeling here. Like, this is not, I don't think we're having a normal conversation anymore. Well,
Yeah, like
you're there, Jamie, for sure.
The phone made him suspicious, but 100% then they're talking about and your car and your house. And at that point, then you should realize what it's hitting for. Like, they're not just trying to copy your phone. First of all, and when he said, how long are you guys going to have my phone? If this was going to be like everybody else and they were just trying to, you know, verify what he was saying and this and that, it takes what, an hour, if that, to copy over a phone and then hand it right back. You have all the information in the phone. So you couldn't even give him an answer because that's not what you were going to do.
Fuck, what a perfect thing, too. Passenger says they didn't even do this to the fucking family.
They didn't even get Kelsey's phone. She was the last one to see them alive.
So,
They should have been suspicious, number one. And number two, at the very least, to confirm timelines of when shit was happening.
it's crazy.
Freaks.
That was always a rumor, Johnny. I don't know
No.
if that was ever true. I don't know if it was ever proven.
That literally
or if there
came from anyone but freaks.
Well, possibly that maybe there was something about like the neighbors were called about something missing, and so somebody found out about that, and then they made it Richard Allen. I don't put it past.
I think somebody got tipped off by somebody they maybe shouldn't have, and they had to come up with a reason for why the police were there and why they were there.
Right.
That was unrelated to this.
just don't, I guess I'm starting to feel more like your main lead or something here, and I'm not gonna do that.
Well, we
I'm
just
not
started, did you understand that because we are so far into this, that I'm sure you see the news, you see state police doing their thing. Well, we,
For a great while, yeah.
we at Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and he's an investigator with prosecutor's office,
Sure.
we decided to pick through the very beginning of this again.
And
And we're at,
I guess.
we're talking to everybody that was out there that day and trying to, and cross the T's, dotting the I's. It's nothing more than that.
And I get that part of it.
So there's no fall guy, that's not.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to push anybody's integrity. I just,
You fucking liar. You piece of shit liar.
He started panicking because he was like, oh shit, he's on to us, motherfucker. We need to tell him. Tell him that it's not it. We're doing this to everybody. Wrong.
Fucking liar. Nope.
He barely speaks, and the only time he speaks, he fucking lies.
He's a fucking liar. Well, cops can lie, so it's okay that he's a fucking liar. What does Holman say this? He doesn't lie. He what does he say he does? He calls it something else. Tools of deception or something. What does he call it? I don't know. He has a different where he says he's not a liar, he's something else. Yeah, Tom says, you're not the main suspect, but we need to check everything of yours.
Literally, everything that you touch or own. And your family. Like now we're infringing on your family too, because we want to search the house also, and the car that you just told us your wife often drives.
Right.
I guess like I said, at the point that you think I might have actually done this, then if you want to get a warrant, search my house, my car, my orifices or whatever, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind you looking at my phone or whatever, but like, yeah. I don't think, I guess my point is I don't think it.
We're just asking.
Sure, right now, I'm just asking.
I understand that.
So it is what it is, and we have to ask. So
Yeah, I'm not going to have police out going through my house and stuff. That's just not.
that's fine. That's fine.
You asked and the answer's no, bitch.
Right here. I just don't need that kind of.
Well, we're trying to keep this very discreet because we do understand what you're talking about. I came out of my Buick, which is not normal.
I understand.
Car. So, we're not interested in making your life difficult or anything like that. We're trying to get these things figured out.
Sure.
Get it taken care of. So,
Right.
with that, so you said you would let us look at the phone?
Sure.
Okay, great. And you help us get to the other phone, too?
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, all right. So let me go back to that form, and we'll get this phone back to our team, which can do that. So I covered this with you.
Look, he said you can't check my phone. Like, you guys are trying to make me the fall guy. Here's Mullen saying, okay, you're going to go ahead and sign this now so that we can take your phone back and have it looked at.
No, he says you can check my phone, but I don't want you checking my house and stuff. That's what he said.
Oh, okay.
What kind of phone is it? Can you tell?
It's a Google something or other.
Motherfucker, use your eyes. It's right here, Mullen. Somebody called those hospital gown curtains, and it's perfect. Perfect.
Facebook, okay. It's a black phone, okay. And what is the passcode?
2045.
45, okay. All right, great. So I read this to you, so if you have any questions, do you have any questions about your rights about being able to do this? I would just need your signature there to verify that you understood everything.
You know what? Let me talk to my wife before I do anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this because I'm cool with it, but at the same time, I don't want her to get pissed off because I don't know.
It's okay.
We watch TV shows and stuff, and I just, I don't want to be associated with this thing, obviously, more than anybody else does. And am I an angel of a person? No. I mean, I'm like anybody else, and I guess I don't want you, maybe I don't want you looking at every website I visited, and
I can believe
So I think, I'll talk to my wife, and if she's cool with it, then we'll do it.
Can I, I'm gonna get something, I'm gonna show you something just really quick, I'll be right back.
He wants to talk to Kathy because he's like, something's not right here. He's also like, I'm not a good guy, and I don't need you guys looking at all my, like, I'm not a, I'm not a bad guy.
Porn. I don't want you to see the porn that we watch.
I don't want you looking at the porn.
Yeah,
It reminds me of
basically.
Todd Mullis when Todd Mullis took the stand and he had to answer to his Google searches about porn.
Yeah, that's literally what everybody
How
thinks of. Is
fucking
I don't want you to
embarrassing
see the
that
dirty
is.
pictures I take of myself, the ones I receive from others, or the porn that I watch. Period.
Well, or my wife sends me titty shots, and now I'm going to need to
Exactly.
talk to her because you're about to download and see my wife's boobies, and you can't.
Exactly.
I don't want you looking at that. That's none of your business, and it affects her too.
Exactly.
I don't think that's fair. I think he's absolutely in the right. I don't think it's fair that they're like, no, we're just going to take it. We're going to do whatever the hell we want with it. He's like, yeah, no,
I'm just saying, like, someone along the way could have had their phone downloaded for some reason, and your titties are on their phone, and now some cop somewhere
Yeah.
has seen your titties, and you
Yeah,
don't even
no.
know about it.
I mean, that's like some private ass shit. I don't need you looking at that stuff. It doesn't just affect me. You go downloading my phone, my history, and there's other people who are going to have to pay the price for that. Todd Mullis was blushing big time. He was like, I'm not 25 anymore. Sometimes I need a little something.
Like, yeah, Google searches aren't a crime, but like
Right.
you're also then talking about a man who's made it quite clear that he is very much concerned and preoccupied with how people think about him and what
Correct.
people think about him. So if he's, I don't even know, like, because I'm not him or whatever. It could be something like really just normal for some or whatever, but he might think that the stuff he's looking at is not normal, even though it
Well, I don't
is.
think he wants that's not the shit that, like, we don't to go around telling everybody what we're looking at.
I will not tell you what terms I search when I search for porn.
You won't even want to know what I was searching today because somebody posted something that I didn't understand, and I was like, well, let me Google it. And I can't even, I shouldn't even, I'm gonna blush right now because I was at school waiting to pick up Jeremy, and I was like, what the hell is this that they're talking about? And I Googled it, and I was like, shit, turn it off. My window was down. I was like, this is not
That's
good.
just like when I can't even imagine the number of people who, like, when we call Trooper Buchanan, when we call him Bukaki, like how many people have Googled that? Just
Everybody
purely
in
out
the
of like,
country has
what's so
Googled what
funny
a
about that? Like,
Bukaki
why are they
is.
saying that? And then the shock and horror.
Oh, the shock and horror. No. So I mean, just, it is what it is. I don't want people looking. Oh, what was the other one? What was the other one that we had everybody Google searching from? Was it Zach Hughes's? It was Zach Hughes's. What was it? It was the charge. It was his. And everybody was Googling, and we were like, don't Google it. And then everybody went and Googled it. What was that? What was it?
Where you basically can't even like jerk off. It's a crime.
Is anything about butt stuff? Anything in butt? Any butt
Oh,
stuff?
yes, the butt stuff. What was it?
It was illegal in South Carolina. I don't remember what the hell the term was now, though.
Like, basically, you couldn't put nothing in your butt.
Yeah,
By
if
yourself,
you
you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it at all.
If you do anything with your butt, then you're going to prison in South Carolina.
All right, now
And it's just like a stupid, really old law that they still have. They have never gotten rid of it. And then we were looking up like how many states actually still have that law where you can't do butt stuff. So it's like it was all to make it so like it was like when like with gay oppression, but it's still illegal. I was like, shit, like, yeah, anything anal.
It wasn't Todd Mullis. It was Zach Hughes.
Oh, Zach Hughes. That's what I said. It was Zach Hughes. It was a charge in the Zach Hughes case, South Carolina.
But I don't think it was him. It was it Brad Post?
No, it's her charge. Or maybe it's his charge. Maybe it was Brad Post's charge. I can't remember. Nobody in the chat remember. Buggery.
Yes, that's what it was.
Buggery.
Who figured it out?
Well, CH said biggery, and then I realized it was buggery, and then Thomas said buggery. So, yes, buggery. That's it. Yes, that's it. Now everybody's going to go Google it.
See, and I fucking Googled it for absolutely no reason, and now that's incriminating on my. Now, what if I drive
People are like, oh my gosh, she's looking at buggery.
What if I drive through that state?
Don't let him take your phone.
But is it illegal if you? Okay, I don't understand how far-reaching this law is. So, if someone drives through the state with something up their butt, are they committing a crime? If they get pulled over for speeding, will they be arrested for buggery?
Yes. Okay, so for clarification purposes, it was the Zach Hughes trial, but he wasn't charged with it. There's another person in the case that's charged with buggery. And when we read the law, and I'm probably not going to quote it correctly because I couldn't even think of the damn word, but so I won't be verbatim. But essentially, what it was is any type of butt stuff, but it also has the encompassing of animal stuff. And so they have never separated the laws out. So it's all still just one big law when it comes to both of those things. It was. Oh, that's true. It's a good point. General Saros says, Luthi, that would be called pluggery.
Okay, no, well, yeah, okay.
All right, we're going too far. We gotta get back on track. We know you've been on too long when this is what our conversation ends with.
This is usually what happens. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, a thong string can go way far up your butt.
Yeah, that's illegal in South Carolina. Don't do that.
Just don't wear underwear. I don't wear any underwear.
Oh, God damn. Okay, we're going back to this.
Okay.
Question to recycle. Sir, do you want to know?
No, I'm good.
One of these is older than the other. So, but no, we're trying to give you a hard time.
I understand.
Again, we're just trying to get these things taken care
And I
of
get
for
that.
a long time. So
I get that. But, I guess that's not that I ever question anybody's integrity, but
that's fine.
it's just, I know that it's at a point where, I mean, you want closure. You want closure for a family, and I'm not, again, I don't know you from Adam.
No, it's fine.
But you also can't say it's never happened where pieces have been, we find a piece that's close to fitting and make it fit, and I just don't.
I just want you to see why we came to you. This is from the beginning.
Okay.
It's
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
That's
I understand. I get you.
I don't want you to think that we're just
No
random.
one gives a fuck about that piece of paper he just brought.
Oh, I don't think you're coming after me.
What did he give him the tip narrative? Nobody gives a fuck about that, Liggett.
Yeah, why does he give him that?
He's like, I just want you to see that this is the reason why you're here, not because like we suspect you or anything. We're starting from the beginning. So basically, he's just showing him the tip narrative to show that they're going back to the beginning.
Why? They've already talked about this.
Because
Mullen
he's a
already
fucking
read it
idiot.
for him.
He was asleep. He was asleep with his eyes open the whole hour and we'll say hour and 10 seconds. He only just woke up a minute ago.
It's ridiculous. They've already gone over this, but whatever. I mean, he had to leave the room to go get it, but Mullen has it on his little clipboard already. They were already reading it.
He's panicking because, like, he's on to them. Liggett didn't think this far ahead into what this would be. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would love to know how many people Liggett has actually interrogated.
He only interviewed
By himself. Because this one doesn't fucking count because he's been sitting here dead quiet this entire time until now.
Not bad.
You've been completely honest with this. You said, well, what the information you can see right there, Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30.
That's true. I mean, I don't think that
time there was.
I know I wasn't out there that late. I don't know what I told him that day, but I know I wasn't out there till 3:30 or so. Yeah, it's 3:30.
That would be right around 1:30 until 3:30.
No, I'm saying when I left. 1:30 would have been more of the time I would have left.
Okay.
Not gotten there. Because the only reason I remember is because I know I left around 11 o'clock or so because they were getting ready to go do lunch.
Uh-huh.
And I wasn't going to do the lunch thing with everybody, so
And
I
he
just
told
went
us,
home and was gonna watch the stock market, thought it was a nice day, and I'd go take a walk on the trail before I get.
Yeah, so things we're asking you is nothing any different than we ask anybody else around there.
yep. And
Lying,
we all stuff he
bald-headed
told us,
motherfucker.
and there's
That
nothing
fuck.
inconsistent here.
There's nobody else. There's nobody else being talked to.
He's literally just trying so hard. He's panicking.
They need him to admit some things so they can try to keep him. I'm telling you, this interview is why Holman comes and says, let me have a shot. I'll get him to crack.
Yep.
You guys didn't do it. I'm Holman. I'll do it. And it still doesn't fucking work. So then they had to get him over to the IDOC and fucking walla bing bang him. He's telling him right now, I wasn't there until 3:30. He never kept his old phone. He gave them the it's not the IMEI, but it's the other one, the MEID number. So they could have checked his phone at any fucking time from February 19th of 2017 on. They chose not to.
Yeah. And even now, we know from the trial testimony, like at this time in 2022, they still had the IMEI and shit and all of his information. They could have contacted Ting.
Oh, I guess I was actually watching my stock, so it must have been working. You asked about that.
That's what he said. I must have been watching my stocks because he asked me about that. But we don't know that's true. He's just going off. He's now once again still believing that the cops have integrity and told the truth.
Yeah. Or he was basically saying what he was saying here to Doolin, that like maybe he was trying to look at his stocks and it didn't work because it wasn't great, because he literally said that that's probably why he didn't stay that long and went home so early, like shortly after he arrived at the trails, because he wanted to go home and see look at his stock tickers, because the app that he had on his phone only worked if he had good service.
DB was going to look into, and I don't know if he ended up doing it or not. He was going to look into the fact of whatever tools, I'm not a big stock person, so please forgive me, but whatever he used to trade his stocks didn't actually have an app in 2017. So I wonder what DB ever ended up figuring out about that. Like there wasn't an app for that. I don't know exactly. Don't quote me on that, but just pay attention to DB wherever he is and see if he ends up coming up with an answer for that.
Just seems like Doolin fucked up.
Doolin just wrote down a couple fucking little things and he screwed it all up.
Yeah.
And then everybody took it as gold.
Yep.
Yeah, and just Cooper, yes, you're right. It is. It's 13 days later, but I've always just really thought that he was like, I can get him to crack. Like that's I've always felt like that.
It was also like the first interview that Doolin did. Like, do we even know how many interviews he did? Did he write the same thing for everybody?
No idea.
Did anybody think to look at that?
Don't know. Yeah, but I'm like, they should be able to find any of that stuff. So I don't know. Okay. Hey, Cash Money.
Vehicles parked by High Bridge Trailhead.
He says his mom's house was in Peru. I'm going to have to go and double check that, because that was weird to me when I heard that yesterday, because from my understanding, his mom was in Mexico and his mother-in-law's in Peru, but I'm going to double check to make sure.
He said Peru and then he said Mexico.
Right. So I want to verify some stuff before I say one way or the other, because I also don't know. He said, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know.
It wasn't that. I mean, it was that farmer's pull-off is where I was seeing different people call. Sure, gotcha. And you have the information off my cell phone. Mm-hmm. So.
Yes, that's what I'd really like to have, that cell phone in particular.
But again, that's why we're here. Sure, and I get that.
We're trying to put, if there's any pieces you missed or anything that you can recollect?
Sure, and that's honestly, that's what I thought this was. And I mean, there's nothing else I can really think of. But as far as searching my house and my phones and like,
Well, let me say, I haven't even got to that yet. I just want to let you know, those things have been very helpful for us, okay? I'm not necessarily asking right now.
how they've been helpful eliminating people.
What we do is we can say for sure, okay,
Sure.
and we didn't find anything, okay? That's how we estimate the successfulness.
And I guess I see that. So,
Yeah.
I guess when you say progress, it's like we're still where we were. And I'm not saying you haven't made progress.
No.
You obviously have. I'm just saying,
No, you haven't.
like,
He wants to download his phone because then they can say that, yeah, this is what we didn't find. But yet they never bothered to do that with Brad Holder. They never bothered to do that with Patrick Westfall. All these people that they say were persons of interest, not necessarily suspects at the time, but all these people that they were interviewing, they didn't give two shits about doing any of this.
Did they download Toad's phone?
Don't get me started on fucking Tobe. Don't get me started on Tobe. Mr. Disappearing Act, where is he? So weird to me.
we're here because we haven't found the guy that did this. And I'm not going to turn into that guy. I'm not going to, I don't want to become the target of something because, like I said, we watch a Dateline every week. We watch everything, and it's one of those.
Mullen with the big nod because he knows exactly what the fuck they're doing. He's like, he knows.
Just to have people come and start searching my house and stuff. I mean, my wife doesn't even know I'm here talking to people. So, but I mean, I can look for the phone. I'll talk to her, and I mean, obviously, any time that you feel that you need that information quicker, I know you can get it. It's not like you can't get it if you want it. I'm not an idiot.
What information would that be?
Searching my house, searching my phone, searching my...
Well, and again, the reason I said search your house and your car would be to be able to say to someone, look, we did actually take care of this information. We know for sure, okay, what was there, what we found, and that gives us...
But I thought you were trying to not find anything.
For a particular situation that we're dealing with.
Sure.
Okay, it doesn't mean that we're trying to put anybody in a box,
Sure.
anything like that. I know you brought up several times wanting to be able to resolve the case. No, what we want to do is be able to find the person who...
Absolutely. That's what I mean.
Not trying to put anybody in that box that wasn't responsible for what happened.
I understand.
No, you definitely did that.
And
I'm not saying you just want to label somebody, but, you know, I had nothing to do with it. I haven't been a part of this investigation. I mean, I have with what I did, and now I'm obviously you question me further, and that's fine. But
Sure.
It's a horrible thing, and I mean, I don't want to be any more involved in it than what I have to be.
Mhm.
If I thought I had something that was useful, by all means, I'd give you anything I had. I just don't know what's going to be useful to you.
Sure, I understand. So that's one of the reasons why we asked for the phone, was to be able to nail down that aspect of it, especially the phone that would have been involved in that situation, which would be the phone you gave the information on to the officer.
Sure.
And also, something that would be very important to look at would be your car, because when somebody does something that's involved in something like this,
Sure.
there might be traces of biological information and data or substances that were left behind inside the vehicle. So,
Sure, I mean-
that makes sense. So, would it be helpful for us to be able to look at your car to be able to determine if there be anything like that inside of it, forensically, okay? Forensically means that we have a close examination of the car.
I know that.
And then again, like everything else that we're telling you, then we can say, we looked at Rick, we looked at his car, there was nothing in his car. That's the point. That's the whole point of everything.
Yeah, this is out of left field, guys. I mean, I'm going to talk to my wife before I do anything. I mean, this affects her as much as it affects me. And I know you guys don't talk to people. I don't hear a bunch of rumors out there, but I mean, I don't want anybody knowing that I talk to you guys.
Oh, I understand.
It's just
And
not something.
we don't do that.
Sure.
That's not something we want to do at all. So, Anyway, we don't just go out and randomly talk to people about stuff like this.
Sure, I understand.
Okay. So with the phone, you say you want to take some time, more time to think about it. A couple things that I wanted to ask you about. Would you mind, Sheriff, if we stepped out for a little bit and
Sure.
came back? Are we okay with you? I think we need just a few minutes right back.
All right, I'm going to fast forward this. I know people are like, well, you can watch him just sit there, but
Hey, how you doing? So what I want to do is kind of show you some of the stuff that we do have here. Why it's important. Why it's important you get your cooperation. One of the things that you told us was that you.
see, now you know things are getting serious. You see that they moved around. So this whole you're free to leave. They're now blocking all of his exits where he is no longer free to leave. They're going to tell him he's free to leave. This is where the interrogation is now, though. One tactic that we went through what is an interrogation versus an interview.
Have driven out there in your car, and you think he's driven out there in your car. We have a picture of your car.
Okay, so pay attention to this. If you guys are on your phones, you can zoom into it. Tom showed that he got 9 screenshots of the Hoosier Harvest Store camera where it's supposedly Richard Allen's car, right? You know, with the sunshine wheels or whatever, the sunlight rims. And they were all in black and white and really of poor quality. Here is this photo right here. They're showing him on the table. That's in color. So they're not even sending out the actual exhibits clearly.
That shows it was going out to the trails that day.
And here, that's your car? Really? Is that your car? Because why did it take you 5.5 years to figure it out then, Mullen?
Okay, and now one of the important things for us is to help understand exactly where you were at that day, what was going on. You've already told us that you were out there. That's really, really important.
Sure.
For you, okay?
Yes.
So with that, what I wanted to do is try to help you work through this whole thing.
Help you work through it.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. We've been able to talk to your wife,
Sure.
talk to your daughter already. Well, this is all happening. We had time to do all that.
Sure.
And we've heard that you had some issues, even at one point put a gun in your mouth that you were going to do something to yourself, maybe 3 years or so.
Yes.
And, you know, look, there's a lot here that we need to get clarified, okay?
Yeah, you put a gun in your mouth and you were going to shoot yourself. So we need to get that clarified based on what we need to know about February 13th. Fucking morons.
As you well know, we have pictures of an individual who was on the bridge. And to some great degree, you described that individual as wearing, yourself as wearing blue jeans, a jacket of the same color as that. He described a hat. It's hard to see the shoes, but they're kind of brown.
Nope.
Okay? And this is a picture that was taken.
That's not what he said. He's saying you said that was the jacket you had on. No, he actually said he was wearing a black jacket. And you said you were wearing a hat. No, he didn't. He said he had a hat. He normally kept a hat in his jacket pocket. And that now he's saying he's got brown shoes. Well, pretty sure that Rick Allen said he was probably wearing tennis shoes, but if it was wet outside, he may have worn boots.
Mullen also said that they have pictures of that individual, yourself. Like he's telling him that it's him.
Yeah. That's his car. That's him. Neither of those things are true, because if they were, they would have arrested him 5.5 years prior.
Now, if they let other people identify their own cars, why can't he say, that's not my car? And then be like, okay.
Taken with the phone of one of the girls.
Okay, I understand that.
And the question needs to be, is that you?
If it was taken with the girl's phone, that is absolutely, I mean, it's not me, but I never have met these girls before, so even if I thought it looked like me, if it was taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be. I've never met them. I've never seen them.
All right, so that's
And as far, well, and let's just stop there. As far as my psychological well-being,
okay.
it has been, I've been dealing with that for years. It's not something new. It's not something because I went out and killed girls. Now I've got psychological problems. Have I had issues? Did I stick a gun? I know how a gun works, and I wasn't going to shoot myself that night. It was probably a cry for help that night. You've obviously talked to my wife, so it is what it is. But I know that you haven't talked to anybody that knows me, has been around me, my family, not my family, that thinks that I may have been involved in this. I wouldn't believe it.
This image, this person right here, he's wearing like a Carhartt jacket, just like you just told us.
Okay.
He's wearing the same clothing that
Not
you
wearing a
just told
Carhartt
us.
jacket.
We just need to know what happened. Why?
Sure. I mean, I said I was wearing blue jeans. Now, I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing that people wear. And I said I was probably wearing a black or a blue coat. It could have been a Carhartt, a zip-up with a hoodie in it. I've had black ones. I've had a blue one, or a blue one and a black one. Like, I guess, you know, you're taking what I told you I was wearing and saying that that's me. And
So the other kind of,
and you're serious. You literally want me to, like, that is you want me to say that that's my car?
We looked at
it matches everything. That is your car.
Okay, well, I'm saying that picture, it's like, okay,
Yeah, no, that there's zero doubt that that's you.
I don't even, okay, that's
We're
fine.
just showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it. That's
Well, sure,
the point.
sure. All right, well, we're all done here.
Here's what
Unless you want to arrest me. That's fine.
here's what I want to say.
He said, we're done here unless you're going to arrest me.
At this point, you know, look, we have a lot of information here that we need clarification.
Sure.
And that's exactly why we're talking to you at this time.
Well, and that's,
You got clarification. He told you he wasn't wearing those clothes. And now you're telling him that he was wearing those clothes.
Yeah.
And then he's telling you, I can't tell you whose car that is. And you're telling him it's his car.
So what we want to do is to be able to take a look at your cell phone, take a look at all the data, help us out. Yeah, that would be great. Or, you know, conversely, in this situation, we've already talked to your employer, and we already know that and we haven't told them what we know about this. We haven't said anything about that. But they say you're a nice guy. And I believe you're a nice guy.
oh, okay.
Look, you don't have no reason. I mean, we paint a picture for you. We went to your house.
He did that whole like, okay, whatever. We're fucking done. You want to sit here and try to say I'm a nice guy. Like, I'm not fucking playing your games anymore. We're done. Unless you're going to arrest me, let me fucking go.
You know what I'm thinking?
What?
Well, I'm thinking many things. But one of the things is that I'm trying to think of a previous interrogation that I've watched where the person that they're interrogating says, I'm done talking to you. And like, there's not a follow-up discussion where the very next thing out of the officer's mouth is, do you not want me to ask you any more questions? Do you want to have a lawyer?
I mean, the magic word. He has to say lawyer. Right now, he needs to say he wants a lawyer, and he doesn't say it.
But if he's saying, they said, oh, well, I guess if he's saying, I'm done talking to you, but then he keeps responding to them, then they don't have to stop.
Correct. And he doesn't say he wants a lawyer, so they can keep asking him.
Ridiculous.
So, and they've cornered him in now. So now he doesn't feel like he can leave.
Yeah.
We've got a job to do. And I get that.
went to your house.
You sat down here,
We went to your house this
we're
morning.
having a conversation, and
We went to your house this morning, and what we did was knock on the door. You let us inside. We had a nice conversation, and that's great. That's really positive.
Of
We
course
actually-
it is.
You came here to the center and drove down. You rode in the car with us,
yeah,
and we had a chance to sit down and talk. And not a fellow who is, I think, a mean fellow. You know, you're not the kind of guy that would go out and do something.
But he murdered 2 children? Okay.
They're trying to convince him they think he's innocent, and now this is the whole switcheroo of we believe you, we think you're innocent, we think you're a great guy, and
You
we
need
just
to give us
be
all
able
this stuff so we can prove that you're
we can
innocent.
prove you're innocent.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I hope they catch fire.
What we're trying to get figured out here today, right now,
Sure.
is exactly what's going on here. Why is this information showing us one thing, but then you're telling us another?
what is it showing you? What,
This information-
I'm just saying that is, just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car.
Yeah.
Doesn't even know what car he was driving. Once again, says I could have been driving that car. I don't think that's my car, but even if it is, who fucking cares? What is this
Exactly.
telling you? I don't cross the bridge. I told you that. I wasn't wearing these clothes. I told you that. He actually said that he was probably driving the truck at the time because him and his wife just switched the cars at the beginning of that year, 2022.
And you
And
know
that's
what would
the only car.
you know what could be like really relevant would be if maybe a witness like saw a truck with maybe someone that looked like him at noon or watched them leave at 1:30. Like that would be important. But because it has to be this vehicle.
Correct.
It has to be this black vehicle.
Because the other ones don't match. Nothing else matches even closely, so it has to be this one. They had no idea that this car was the one that they believed to be the killer's car until they were like, okay, Rick has this car, let's go find this car and see if there's anything like it on camera.
So
Once again, it's the opposite of the investigation. Identify the car, figure out what fucking car it is, and then the fucking jury asked them this.
right.
Like, did you guys figure out how many cars? No, Mullen didn't until well later. Part of the
In the
investigation.
trial. This motherfucker looked up this car in the trial.
Correct. So
And
that
also-
proves the point that they're taking every piece that they can and making it fit with Richard Allen. Not
Absolutely.
we figured out this car right here has to be the killer's car. It has to be the killer's car, and it has to have parked there where this witness saw it. And now we need to figure out what the make and model of this car is. We figured it out. Now we're going to figure out in a 100-mile radius how many people have that fucking car, and we're going to go find it.
I think that
They did not do that. They worked backwards. They picked him and made everything else fit. If you can't see it, I can't make you see it.
well, it's as simple as recognizing that there's a bunch of other evidence and they act like it's no big fucking deal.
No, yeah.
Because
there is no other
because they
evidence.
can't force it to fit Rick.
They didn't have probable cause to arrest anybody else besides Richard Allen. Fucking idiots.
Just like Holman going around telling the whole world that he still is insistent that Libby was talking to Anthony Schatz and it was like one of the last people that she spoke to. And he thinks that they were talking about and making arrangements for him to meet her down there. And that I would love to know what actual corroborating evidence there is that any of those things are true. I want to see, I would just love to know if any of her 30,000 phone extractions that they repeatedly did on her phone at the expense of data that they would have wiped out of the phone every time they fucking turned it on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. If there's a single piece of evidence in any of those extractions that she was even having conversations with Anthony Schatz. Wouldn't that throw everybody for a big fucking loop?
Yeah, how would that not be relevant?
What if she did? What if she wasn't?
Well, you know my theory. I don't think she was. I think Kelsey was.
Carry
And
on. We're almost done.
we know Bree was, because Bree's the one who gets called into the marshal's office in a couple of years to tell them what her interactions with Anthony Schatz were. There's so many other people, there's so many other players involved in this, like, that were at this scene, that everybody just ignores that were there, and it's only Rick Allen. Only Rick Allen is there. Like, everybody else just seems to be forgotten. It's the craziest shit to me. All right, here we go.
That's right. And I don't know what it is but this seems to have taken a turn, you know? You're sitting here and you're talking to me, and you're asking me things, and I get that.
Most people,
But now it's turning into,
most people have wanted to be eliminated from this.
well, sure. I don't want to be included to begin with. So until the point that you have something that tells you that I did this and you want to subpoena or arrest me or something, I've got nothing to worry about. So I'm not real concerned here, but your attitudes towards me have definitely changed, and I don't like the fact that, you know, it feels more like I'm being interrogated, and so then you're going to tell me that you've already talked to my wife and my daughter and stuff. Like, how straightforward is that? You know?
Well, what would you, okay, let's turn everything around. Tell me what you would do differently if you were in our situation. You had this information. How would you react? What would you do? You do the same thing that we were doing right now.
What information is it that you have? You have that I was out there, and I told you from the very beginning that I was out there.
Yes, you did.
I didn't hide it.
Did you see this guy?
I didn't know.
Okay.
Pause for a second.
I see the only
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Do I sound normal?
Yeah. Are you on your phone?
Excellent. I'm on my phone.
Yay.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's okay. I was actually asking Julie a question too, because you and I were talking about this yesterday. That Becky said on the stand that she had given Kelsey the cream Bonneville, and Kelsey said a different car. Oh wait, Jamie says it was a Mazda.
Yeah, that's what Kelsey said.
I went to my notes last night and could not find what kind of car Kelsey said, and so
She said Kelsey did. I think Kelsey said a Mazda or Malibu. Yeah, she said Malibu.
She did say a Malibu.
Yeah, white Malibu, and then
over
Becky said Bonneville.
a Bonneville. Now, is that what they said? Did they have a difference? I couldn't, my notes were not obviously very good at this point. I don't know what was going on, but
it was day one of trial.
Yeah, they said two different cars, and they were talking about the car that she drove them to the bridge in, no?
Yes. But, you know, it's kind of crazy to me. Like, so we're at trial. How the fuck are there still discrepancies between the two? Have you all not been talking about this for 8 years? How do you not know what car you were driving? I want to know, and I'm just going to throw this out there for anybody in here that might know. Does anybody know?
I wonder if we can tell by the interior.
Huh?
So I wonder if we can tell by the interior. We have the picture of Libby wearing the Delphi swimming sweatshirt, and they're in the car.
Right. Does anybody know what car Derek German drove to pick the girls up? And if you don't want to say here and you know or whatever, like message me wherever. But I need to know. I would like to know what Derek German was driving.
I think why I want to say it was a black.
I have no clue. I can't find it anywhere.
A white Subaru.
Derek was driving a white Subaru.
Okay, then
a white Subaru wagon.
Wait.
Maybe she's answering something else.
I think she's answering you.
Can you, if you are all eyes responding to me, can you please send me that, like somewhere, like where you got that? Super important. If anybody else knows, I'd appreciate it if you let me know.
Then that means that Tara was driving a black sedan.
They asked him the last 4 digits of his phone number, but didn't fucking ask what he drove when he was like, okay. We're trying to identify cars in the area because we're saying that Bridge Guy is still around because he just murdered the girls and hadn't yet escaped. So wouldn't it be important to ask everybody what cars they were driving so we know what cars are, quote, normal people and which one might be a suspect?
Yeah, he might know. Forfeits might know.
Is he in here?
No, but no, he's not. But I can message him and ask him.
Please.
Let me see. Okay. All right, I'll play this and I'll message him.
Person that I clearly remember seeing that, and this isn't from the day, I mean, this is the next day. The only people or person that came into my mind were those 3 girls that I seen.
Richard, we're not upset with you, not mad at you, anything like that. We're just
Sure.
trying to get to the bottom of this, okay? No, I'm not, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just here to try to get the situation straightened out. And what we want to do is simply get to the truth. What would help us get to the truth is being able to look inside of some of the things you're talking about, okay?
And I get that.
Okay? And maybe
And on the other side of things,
happen here.
sure. And on the other side of things, if I thought I had something that was going to help you, that would, what do I have that's going to help you?
Okay. Well, I have some questions we can go through here, if you don't mind. And
I think we're done.
we have some other questions here that we could go through here.
Again,
And what I could do.
and he says, I think we're done. But he doesn't say he wants a lawyer. Jamie, I'm gonna decline to answer, but you know the answer. I believe in you and your answer.
Want to give questions? What does that hurt?
Some of the questions that we can ask you are simply this, and I don't want you to feel like these questions all sound strange, and it'd be very, even accusing in nature, but I want you to understand I'm not trying to offend you. But
I get that.
I get you help us out by getting to a little bit farther along in this matter.
So, I don't know. Like I said, you went, you talked to my daughter and my wife.
What do you want?
What
I
happened?
can't tell you what.
Don't know. It's in the video. I don't know why.
Interesting.
I don't know why. Yeah. It's the same, almost the exact same spot in the Holman video too. Does the same thing.
What happened? I can tell you that if that picture was, I mean, you can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be them. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones,
Here's the
it's not
problem
me
with that.
because I've never met
I
them.
know, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there.
Well, sure I
We
did.
have people that saw you.
Okay.
Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself.
There aren't that many people that saw me. I mean, I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. They walked behind me, I guess.
You said that you were out on the bridge, this bridge, yourself that day around the time when this happened.
No, I didn't.
You said you walked out onto the bridge.
He's like, no, I didn't.
When we talked to you earlier, you said that you walked out to about the first platform or within that area down the bridge.
Oh, I see what they're doing here, these motherfuckers. I see what they're doing because they know that Betsy saw somebody on the first platform. So let me
Right.
ask you this. Is the first platform 10 feet or less from the start of the thing? Or do we not really know? I mean,
I'll tell you right now. I think it's only like 10 tile or 10, what do you call them? Not tile. What do you call it? Ties. I guess I really can't tell you for sure.
I'm just wondering. So he did not say that he went out to the first platform. He said that he went out like 6, 8, 10 feet because that's when it starts to get hairy. And Mullen is the one who just now put him on the platform.
Well, he said that he talks about like the thing that sticks off the side. He doesn't call it a platform, but he says like the thing that sticks off the side.
That he would usually go and look at fish from there.
Right. So that's about 50 feet, which is why we always say that, or it's always been said that Betsy Blair sees him at 50 feet. That's
Okay, so
about
that's
50
not
feet.
10. That's not 10
Well,
feet,
that's from the actual beginning of the bridge, if that makes sense, because the bridge doesn't just start off over the water. You know what I mean?
right? So if he says he
Okay.
only goes
I'm,
10 feet
I'm
onto
not
the
gonna,
bridge,
the way that the map is, I'm not going to be able to really tell you. Somebody who's been there, I don't know if Julie's still in chat, or somebody else who's actually been there would probably have a better idea of being able to say. I mean, from here where it kind of looks like that it would end, that is about 15 feet. So I don't know. I could pull up some other pictures, but I know that people have been out there and measured the shit out of this. So if each tie, I don't know, we could figure it out too.
I'm just saying if the first platform is 50 feet from the start of the bridge and he only went out 10 feet, that's a huge 40-foot discrepancy of whether you're on the platform or not.
Say that again.
I said if the first platform is 50 feet, let's say 50 feet from the start of the bridge.
Correct.
He said the highest he said, or the longest he said, was 10 feet. So if that's the case, we still have a huge 40-foot discrepancy between where he says and where the first platform is. Does that make sense?
Right.
I mean, if I'm saying I only walk out 10 feet, well, then I should be able to walk across my bathroom. That's 10 feet. I know 10 feet is nothing. 50 feet is different. You're talking about the length of one room versus the length of your whole house.
That's not the right one.
That's exactly, Joanna. That's basically my point, is like Mullen is just like they're doing with the car, just like they're doing with the witnesses, just like the whole purpose, and where he parked and this and that, like the whole purpose of this is to try to put him where they know he doesn't know. They know that Betsy Blair says she saw somebody.
Correct.
Yeah, but Julie, I want to know the distance from like the start of the bridge to the first platform.
Here, I'm going to show you a photo that I have. I don't know that. Yeah.
Like, Julie, you know the difference between 10 feet versus 50 feet. Like I was just saying, one could get you across your bedroom. The other one, you'd be able to go all the way across your house. Probably even further. Not everybody's house is 50 feet long or wide.
Where did the photo go?
Oh.
Here. See if I can get this one open.
Passenger said I used a personal paid day off and just ordered Domino's and a new pair of shoes. That's how much I enjoy tea and Sleuthy.
Oh my god, that's the best. Here, if I can get this dang thing to open, I got to start closing some shit.
Oh, Julie, my other question was, does anybody know, maybe you'll know, what vehicle Derek German drove to pick up the girls that day? That's my other question.
Does that help you at all?
No. I mean, that looks like it could be that looks like all the way to that platform looks like it could be 50 feet to me, but it's different. See, now Julie's saying that's approximately 10 to 15 feet. So, see, yeah, Joanna, I mean, it looks like 50 feet to me if I'm looking at this picture, but if Julie's saying it's only 10 to 15, then it could have got him to the first platform if he said that he was 10 feet. He went 10 feet out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know there's people who've actually measured it or have measurements of it. I'm sure we could find it if necessary.
Well, I'm thinking, I think you know this off the top of your head. How long is the whole bridge?
Oh, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Oh, I thought
I used to.
Huh?
I used to.
Somebody blurted that at me like recently. I assumed it was you. Let's say it's 800 feet. And then,
It's 1,300 feet.
okay. And there's how many platforms?
6.
So divide 1,300 by 6.
Okay. So 200 and
Well, no, 1,300 by 8. Did I lose you? Did my phone break?
no, you're
Oh, okay.
trying to break my brain, I think. Hold on.
1,300.
163.
Okay, so like technically, if the platforms were evenly spaced throughout the entirety of the bridge,
Okay.
it would. What did you just say? What number did you say? 100 and what?
I think it's 163. That's my own math, though, so somebody might want to double check.
Oh shit! I thought you were using a calculator, bitch.
No,
Okay,
that's my brain.
1,300 divided by 8. So that's 162 and a half feet. That's how far apart the platforms would be if they were evenly spaced from beginning to end. 162 and a half feet.
Okay.
So that's obviously way further than 10 and way further than 50. See, and then Julie said Ted said 20 feet. We don't, Hella. I was just saying that that's what it would be if they were all evenly spaced from beginning to end.
Well, I just go with the 50 because they say that Betsy Blair goes to the end of to the beginning of the bridge, and then she sees the guy on the first platform 50 feet away. If you look at one of the bridges, the stats are approximately 50 to 60 feet apart.
Huh.
It's something.
See, I just don't understand because it seems as though unless there's like a huge stretch in the middle of the bridge where there's no platforms, I just don't understand how there could only be 6. Like there'd be a huge stretch of the bridge that had no platform whatsoever. If there's only 6 and they're
pretty evenly spaced, but I don't think that the spacing after the platform is the same.
That's what I mean. That's the space that I'm talking. That was what I was saying. I said if they were evenly spaced, that meant if they were from one to the next was say 50 feet, and from the next to the next is 50 feet. So they're not evenly spaced because one could be platform 1 and platform 2 could be 200 feet from each other, and then platform 2 and platform 3 could be 30 feet from each other. So if the platform is only 10 feet from the end of the bridge, then Betsy was only 10 feet from the young, beautiful man that she saw. So that's fun. We can do this another time.
Yeah, I was trying to find a photo that would be like a directly over the top. But there really isn't any. We probably have to get one of somebody's other photos.
All I'm saying is, and then we can finish because we're almost done. I'm eager to hear him call him an asshole.
That's the best part. I want to put
Tammy,
it on. I want to put it on.
Feet apart. Tammy, 100 feet apart makes more sense to me. But my point in saying that was if Rick's saying he went 10 feet and he also was on the first platform, then that would mean that Betsy was only 10 feet away from the 20-year-old male with curly hair that was beautiful that she saw, which is a big ass difference from 50. Is that Tammy?
Yeah. So there's the bridge
100
length.
feet makes more sense.
I say this one says it's only 853 feet. When I looked it up, it said it's 1,300 feet.
Okay, 800. That's the number I had in my head. So 800 and what?
53. The bridge also
853.
spans Deer Creek and is 1,300 feet in length. Is what I have from the Historical Society.
If it were 853 divided by 8, that would put us at 106 feet between ties. That would make more sense.
Yeah, and it says platform placement. There are platforms every 100 feet or so along the bridge, allowing for different views. It's about 63 feet in the air. The trail bridge on the location. See, but that's weird because the Monon Railroad Historical Society says it's 1,300 feet in length.
Well, I don't know how people are getting double numbers. Like, how are you that far off?
I don't know. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to figure that out. But 853 sounds right to me because that sounds like what I would have remembered 1,300 pretty early on.
8 something is the number that I was imagining from whoever bursted that out at me when we talked about this recently.
Yeah, it's 800.
Debbie said it's 800. Okay, so. But again, that also doesn't mean that the platforms are evenly spaced, because it doesn't look like if those yellow things are platforms, then they're not. Like the first and second platform are closer to each other than platforms 2 and 3. But I just simply want to know what the number of feet is from the beginning of the bridge to platform 1. Because if Betsy saw this person from only 10 feet away, that makes a big difference to me with regards to how accurate the person that she locked eyes with could be.
Yeah, it's weird. All right, let's finish this up. This is the best part anyway, where he calls him an asshole.
Yeah.
So we'll finish it.
Of course I was, okay? And I told you that. And with that, we can say that, is this person you? That's the question. Is that person you? That's the question we have to answer. Sure. Okay? So if that person is you, we know this person followed the girls all the way to the other side of the bridge and then told them to go down the hill.
Follow them. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're saying, don't.
Okay, so the bridge here. Okay, this
He really
this
has
is
no clue.
walking towards the other side of the bridge from where the trailhead is at.
The other side.
The other side of the bridge. And this person followed them all the way to the other side of the bridge where the...
Yeah. So let's just...
And told them to go down the hill.
Okay, so let me stop here. I don't appreciate you trying to talk me into this. No, this is what I said. You're trying to change my words around. I told you I was on the bridge. Now you just told me this is the trailhead side of the bridge.
Over here on this
And
side.
you're saying I told you I walked on the bridge.
You said you walked on that bridge that day.
And that first trestle is somewhere,
Back there. Okay.
it's somewhere over there.
Help me understand. Okay, you came out this far. We know that
I did.
You
I
came
didn't
out,
go out that far that day.
you came out that far. That's what you told us.
I'm not going to tell you how. I can't tell by that how far out I was.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. You're saying that's me, and you're saying this is the far side of the bridge. I don't even go out that far anymore. I haven't for years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, for years. But back then, that was in 2017. Okay, and the question is this you?
No.
Okay.
No, motherfucker, you already
So
said that.
you're telling me that this person was out there on the bridge and wore the same clothing that you had on that day?
He's like,
But you didn't see them.
You can't tell that's a black Carhartt coat, a blue Carhartt coat, a pullover. I told you I could have been wearing this.
The two kinds of clothing you said you wore that day was either a black Carhartt coat or a blue Carhartt coat. Okay, you said.
And then he also said that it would probably be
And I've had
determined.
Okay, so put yourself in my chair.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm not going to tell you I wasn't wearing a black Carhartt that day. I told you I could have been. I don't know if that's a black Carhartt. And if it is, it's not mine, it's his.
It ain't black either.
And you said you had a hat. You normally wear a skull cap that's covered.
I said I carry one. So if I was wearing one, it would be like a skull cap or a smaller type of hat or something.
Okay.
Oh, and
This
he
is-
also said that his Carhartt coat that he has a built-in hood.
He did say that.
Yes. And also, the one on bridge guy is not black. So I don't know why he keeps saying it's black. Thomas, he could have said it 30,000 more times. It wouldn't have mattered because Mullen is sitting here convinced that that is Rick in the picture. He says it over and over again. The same things the trolls say. That's you. You're wearing what you said you were wearing. You're on the side of the bridge you said you were on, even though he never said any of that shit.
It's about 30 ties to the first platform. She looked at her own video. So she's telling you it's about 30 ties to the first platform.
But how, why does...
I know the measurement of the ties based on what the website said. I just don't remember what it was now.
Like the width of them, not the length or whatever.
He gets out eating Shank's cookies.
Situation we're at, okay? Basically this. Either you were out there to do this to the girls, or you were out there to be able to introduce the girls to somebody else.
Okay. Good luck finding anything that points in that direction. I mean, it's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. You know, you went from trying to, I don't know what you want to say, get my trust and then slowly lure me into telling you I killed somebody and I'm not going to do it. You know, I don't know where this changed course.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, really not. I just want you to put yourself in the situation where we as police officers are looking at all the evidence that we have and what you told us right now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not trying to give you a hard time, just want to make sure that we get everything taken care of here. That's why we wanted to look at the things that we wanted to look at.
And that's not going to happen now. I mean, like I said, we're done here. So arrest me or take me home.
I understand. So
Arrest me or take me home. I'm done. This is stupid.
So then I also need to know the distance
Okay.
between the 8
So-
inches. So like 8 inches width plus, you know, another 8-inch gap. I know the gaps are like foot sized, like women's foot sized. Like your foot could fall through. So that would need to factor into it too. Sorry. I thought I had a minute since they're obviously redacting more shit.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I am curious to look at the timestamp, though. Somebody brought that up on the last little skippity-doo. So 12:08:55.
Arrest me or take me home. I'm done.
7,
This is stupid.
59. 12:08:59.
Okay.
12:09:48. That's interesting. $12:08:59 to 12:09:47. That's close to a minute, and that is not how long that whiteout takes, or that blackout takes.
So arrest me or take me home. I'm done. This is stupid.
49 seconds. Let's see. That was at 34
Okay.
to 40.
It was like a second and a half, 2 seconds on our end.
Yeah.
So they cut it and redacted it.
What did they cut there?
I don't know, but did I already message you like
So-
the outburst to tell you what they left out of what they took out of Holman's?
No. Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah, that was I mean, I didn't know that you hadn't watched it, but and that's not
Yeah.
the only part, but that was the part that I noticed because I was waiting to hear that.
Yeah, we'll do Holman tomorrow. So we're gonna finish Mullen Liggett today. We'll do Holman tomorrow. And like I said, though, if you guys want to watch them without any commentary whatsoever from me or anybody else, that, you know, Tom put them up on his channel. We're watching it from his channel currently. I don't know. I'd have to ask. We'd have to find out from Tom if he did any type of edit to this. You know, and sometimes people will. It happens where they want to know if people are using their stuff. So they kind of throw a little wonky thing in every once in a while to see if somebody uses theirs. It's possible. I don't know if he did that. I've not asked him. I'm not saying that he did, or if this is cut from directly how it was given until we have somebody else who got them.
Yeah, I would hope not, since he literally wrote that it's the original version.
Right. I don't think he would have. I just don't know. I don't want to say one way or the other. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. WTHR has them now too.
But who knows if it's messed with.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is redactions that were made by the court or whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
So,
but I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird. That's very spliced, and I'd have to go back because this is the second one that they've done this. This is the second little blackout, and I didn't pay attention to the timing on the first one.
So maybe it's possible that
I didn't know why it was like that.
That like the whole 45 seconds or whatever that were blacked, maybe he cut that down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, he says original. I'm going to say that these are the original and not edited. This is not from his live where he did crop and enhance sound where he says what he did. These are just the ones he uploaded straight to his channel today. They're just uploaded to his channel. So if he did do anything to him, he didn't state that. I'm not saying that he did because I don't know that he did. It could have very well come just like this, which would not surprise me, seeing as how they sent him 9 screenshots of black and white that we know were in color in court. So, or I should say, we know they were in color in interrogations. So I haven't talked to anybody about it. I don't know, and we don't have our copy yet.
That day, that's your phone. So on that day, you went out there on the bridge, and that you were wearing the same clothing, that basically the same clothing that this person here is wearing.
That's what you think. I don't know how you can tell that that's a black Carhartt coat, which is what I told you, a black or blue Carhartt coat. Never mind. This is ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that I gave you a description of this guy and I didn't. I mean, we all looked at this thing for months and years, and to me that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat.
We can't say it's not, can you?
No, sir. It looks like a windbreaker.
He says you can't even tell me that's a Carhartt coat. Malone says you can't tell me that it's not. You're such a good investigator, you fucking retarded person. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
I mean, neither
That pissed me off. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
one of us can.
Okay.
You're right. Can't say it's not. I mean, we can't say that it's not a Carhartt coat. We can't say that that hat isn't similar to the one that you had at one point.
This is a ridiculous line of thinking.
Richard's just looking at his phone. I just can't handle this. He's just looking at his phone like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard.
Okay. With all those things in view.
You've lost my trust. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. This is stupid. Now you pissed me off.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. So are you arresting me?
Well, I really want to try to get this thing worked out.
Arresting me?
Okay. I want to try to get this thing worked out.
Okay.
Am I free to leave or not?
You've always been free to leave.
Thank you.
Then why'd you block the door, dickhead?
You missed it.
Free to leave.
Am I free to leave or not?
You've always been free to leave.
Thank you. You're an asshole.
You're an asshole.
You're an asshole. I fucking love it. Rick should have walked out an hour ago, but that's, neither here nor there. You're an asshole. Oh, God, I can't. Shit, did I mute myself?
No.
Oh, okay. You're an asshole. Yeah, Liggett never even came back into the room. Look at Mullen walk out all dookie looking.
I mean, honestly, Liggett was worthless the entire time anyway. If anything, like if I were Mullet, I would have texted Liggett and been like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Get out of here. Because you're like overly like he was doing too much, way too much.
He tried. Mullen thought he was doing a good job. He's like, so this is what you were wearing? And Rick's like, no, that's not what I was wearing. And they're like, that's your car. And he's like, no, that's not, no. I know what you guys are doing, and this is ridiculous. No.
He's like, that doesn't even really look like a Carhartt jacket, which is literally what, and this is just him looking at a picture, right? We looked at the video too. It doesn't look like a Carhartt jacket. I still maintain that it looks like some type of windbreaker, which would make more sense on an unseasonably warm day. And I almost just called him Mullet. Mullen.
I call him worse because I can't stand these fucking people, and it gets me. It brings out the bad in me because I cannot stand these guys. I cannot stand these fucking cops.
They're horrible. The fact that he said, what did he say? You can't prove that it's not.
Yeah, he said they can't even tell me that's a Carhartt jacket, and Mullen's like, you can't tell me that it's not.
That's literally that's literally their entire investigation with Rick. Like
years, and to me that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat.
We can't say it's not, can you? I mean, neither.
you can't say it's not, can you? You fucking listen. You can't. You also can't say that it's. You know what?
He just rolled his eyes. He's like, oh my God, okay, buddy, okay. A new one come in. Someone wanted the fame. Well, yeah, absolutely. So, Carter was retiring. Liggett was getting promoted.
Liggett wanted to be sheriff.
Yeah. I just
one of us can. We can't say it's not, can you?
Hey, Rick's face.
I mean, neither one of us can. Okay. You're right. Can't say it's not.
Neither one of us can. Neither one of us can say it's not a Carhartt. Fucking douche nozzles.
You can't say that's not your car.
You can say it's not your car. He's like, well, we can't. His eye roll was priceless. He was like, okay, you're fucking stupid. I'm done talking to you. All right, you guys. A little over 4 hours for an hour and a half interview. I think we talked a lot. But like I said, if you guys want to see it in its raw form, it is uploaded on Tom Webster's channel. I'll put this one in here if you guys want to watch it without any commentary. It is there. And then tomorrow we will come back and we will do Holman's, which I still have not watched. So I thought I'd get to watch it today, but I did not. All right, I think Koberger tomorrow.
Oh yeah, he has a hearing.
Shit, does he have a hearing tomorrow?
Yeah.
Shit. What time is it at? That's daytime though. No? What time is it at?
Yeah, it's daytime. It's actually it's more in your time zone than it is later on my end than it is yours.
Same time zone for me, but now they're not doing it on I'm sure Court TV and stuff will still air it, but they're not doing it through a YouTube channel anymore. They're only doing it on the website. I'll have to look and see what time and try to schedule that so we can watch Koberger. Oh, I still want to talk about Cyray. Damn it. I just don't have the time. I don't have the time. So, all right, I'll try to figure out the Koberger thing so we can stream the hearing tomorrow. And then tomorrow evening, we'll do part 2. And, and I love listening to like the lawyers talk about the hearings. I just don't nobody interacts. Sometimes I just feel like I'm just by myself. So I just don't like to do it. I like to hear what they have to say, but I don't like to watch it on all the attorney stuff. You just get lost in the crowd. That's kind of how I feel. It's like, all right, well, thanks for that. I might as well watch it on repeat, on replay so I can 2 times it.
True.
No toe picks tonight, Thomas. We did not give you a toe pick. You want to drop a toe pick for him, Sleuthy?
No. This is the same, right? Teresa did that, not me. I did not. That wasn't me.
Sleuthy, I can't believe you did that.
The first one was me.
Right Teresa you totally did that. Tomorrow, tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll do Holman's interview tomorrow during the day. If you guys want to watch the Koberger, I'll do my best to get that streamed so we can watch it together. All right. Love you guys. Thank you. As always, I know you guys have 1,000 other places you could be, yet you still choose to spend your time here with us. And we appreciate each and every one of you. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going down. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.